Yeah. I'm gonna call the meeting to order. Clerk Boudreaux, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember King,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Present.
Mayor Brown,
Present.
Councilmember Fellows,
Present.
Councilmember Tucson,
Present.
Councilmember Simmons,
Here.
Councilmember McLean.
Here.
We have a quorum. Everyone is present.
Thank you. I will entertain a motion for agenda approval. It's moved by Councilmember Tucson, supported by Councilmember King. Yeah, yes. Any changes or updates to the agenda? Pro Tem.
Yes, I'd like to bring item C, resolution 2026-022, authorizing city manager to execute the contract with Yoder Messman Johnson, and item F, resolution 2026-036, approving the mutual aid for the fire department off of the consent agenda.
Right. If there's no disagreement, I'll move that to the top of our resolutions, motions, and discussion. So it'll just be the first two when we move into that section.
And then,
Councilmember Tucson,
yes, and then
can you speak into the mic, please?
resolutions C, D, and F, if those can be put to the consent agenda?
So resolution 040 for the tree inventory and management plan,
Yes.
041, the basement repairs at the police station, and F, the change order for storm infrastructure rehab project.
Yes.
Yeah, Councilmember Simmons?
Yes, I mean, I think I'm mostly fine with that, although I did have just a couple quick questions about.
Which one?
I had a question about C,
Okay.
I think.
We want to just leave that one off?
Yeah,
And
just
then,
I had some questions, too.
okay.
We can go for that, yeah.
Is which it was C,
C?
D, and F?
the
C, D,
tree
and F.
inventory.
Oh, yeah, I had a quick question about F as well. I think, but just maybe C and F leave off.
Does that mean just move D to the consent agenda? Right, so Councilman Tucson, we're gonna move, you have the consent agenda as well, so you can move D into that package of resolutions. And so only D. All right. Any other changes to the agenda? All right, and just to repeat, so from the initial consent agenda, C and F, it's the same two letters, C and F are being moved off to the top of resolutions, motions, and discussions. And then underneath resolutions, motions, and discussions, letter D is being moved to the consent agenda. All right. All in favor of the agenda as amended, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. Okay. We are now at our opportunity for public comment. Members of the audience will have 3 minutes. Thank you. We'll have 3 minutes to address council for a total of 60 minutes. We will interchange between in-person speakers and then folks who may want to speak on Zoom by intervals of 10. And if we do not make it through all of the voices, then we will continue on with public comment at the end of the meeting for those who have raised their hands. So when I call your name, please address the mic as you're able. Sarah McKinney. Yes, good evening.
I was at home and I was doing something working. It occurred to me to come down here and thank all you guys for what you've done for us. I'm the special projects coordinator at the Ypsilanti Senior Center. And we had a big flood last year, March 14th exactly. Our boiler room exploded and the place got flooded. And it seemed like it was never going to get open again. It was just horrible. Place was a mess. And the city has, I think, played a big part in us getting open again. And I wanted to thank you guys for all your help and everything you've done to make that place reopen again. The board has really been a big help. And I'm just really grateful that we're able to be open again. Just over the weekend, we got new flooring put in. Yesterday, we got new blinds. Place looks beautiful. It looks like a completely different building. I just wanted to thank everybody. And I guess Jasmine Figgins, our interim director, had invited you guys to an opening party on the 27th. I wish you guys would come. I wish everybody could come and see how beautiful that place looks. You know, it's going to be a big party. It's going to be so much fun. So I just wanted to really just thank everyone for everything you've done.
Thank you so much.
27th?
Yep, February 27th, at 11. Yep. Yes, I'll be there. Yeah, thank you. Greer Ashbury?
Resolution 2026-039, opposing the ballot initiative circulated by Americans for Citizen Voting and the Committee to Protect Voters' Rights. And I am representing the organization All Voting is Local Action. My name is Greer Ashbury, and I'm the Senior Democracy Defense Manager there. And I want to thank you for taking this important step tonight and considering the resolution. I recognize that progress doesn't come easy. The latest attacks on our elections threaten to undo the progress made by relentless voting rights advocates and election officials across the city, the county, and the state of Michigan. And so I'm here tonight to encourage you to reject attacks on our free and fair elections and stand together to protect our progress. And as you'll see from the coalition letter, organizations representing voters with disabilities, young people, seniors, rural voters, Black and brown voters, immigrant communities, justice impacted voters, low-income voters, faith communities, and community service organizations are all standing together to encourage you to pass this resolution. These organizations reflect Michigan's great diversity and show the widespread impact of this harmful red tape proposal. We applaud your leadership and believe you can set a positive example for other local officials throughout the state. So we urge you to adopt this resolution and, as trusted leaders in your community, use your platforms to protect our elections and support free, fair, free and accessible elections. Thank you.
Thank you. Monica Martin Holman, I believe. And I'm sorry, folks, as you approach, if you could state your name for the record when you get up here as well, that'd be great. Thank you so much. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Monica Martin Holman, and I am the legal guardian of Ronald Edwards, and that's who I'm here for. At the time of there was an event, Mr. Edward was residing at residence of Huron on West Clark in Ypsilanti, Michigan. On January 30th, I spoke with Officer by my phone after I heard of family members talking about moving Mr. Edwards from his home. Ms. Officer Bond at the time told me that, unfortunately, because the crime had not been committed, that he would not be able to help me, but he would at least speak to Mr. Edwards about the fact that the guardianship needed to go back before the judge before he could just leave the state of Michigan. And he also said he would reach out to the daughter who was orchestrating this move. The next morning, I found that Mr. Edwards had abruptly been removed from his residence at the residence of Huron. I immediately called the police and spoke with Officer Lawrence, who went with me to the apartment to confirm that the apartment was empty. After he made the report, I went to the police station myself with an official copy of the guardianship signed by the judge out of the probate court in Washtenaw County. Sergeant, I don't know how to pronounce his name, Ceramic, accused me of presenting a false document and stated in essence that the court order was not legitimate, dismissing a valid judge's order placed for Mr. Edwards, who was then placed in serious danger. I repeatedly requested a welfare check and confirmation that they would not be able to move him out of state before on Monday. I was assured that he was going to be staying, but that did not happen. I asked multiple times for a lieutenant to do a welfare check and also to reach out to the Belleville Police Department, because at the time when I went to the police station, I was told that he was in Belleville with family. After I spoke with a member of the city council last Friday, Detective Lundy contacted me and said that he was going to attempt to get Mr. Edwards returned back to Michigan, but I have not received a further update. Mr. Edwards is a medically fragile and incapacitated adult. He has dementia, heart disease, pacemaker, defibrillator, and stents in his heart that has to be managed because his heart retains fluid. He is insulin dependent, diabetes, he is in 4th-degree kidney failure. His A1C has to be checked regularly, his blood sugar, blood pressure, weight, and heart were all monitored by the VA hospital in Ann Arbor to ensure his stability. The last time he was with his daughter in Georgia, he was not taken to the doctor. He was left alone in a room all day without proper medical care. When I brought him back from Michigan, I took him directly to the VA. He was admitted immediately. The doctor told me then he was surprised that Mr. Edwards had survived the trip. There's also a documented history of instability within that household that he's in now. In August 2025, Carmen, who has a special needs child, chased her son around with a knife and forced him to escape through a window. Criminal charges were filed. I'm almost done. And a mental health evaluation was.
Well, your time's up, but I would like, could we have someone follow up? So, because I
Yeah.
would like to hear the rest.
Okay.
City Manager, can you get her information, please?
Just FYI, I do have her information.
have
She
it?
reached out to me.
Oh, okay.
last
Okay.
week, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Allison Kruger?
Need to be here today, but I wanted to take the opportunity to introduce myself. I'm interested in being on the Water Street Committee. I'm a citizen of Ypsilanti. I live up in the Normal Park neighborhood, but my interest in this committee is to serve my community with some expertise that I hope you all find helpful. I have a 9-year tenure on the Brownfield Redevelopment, the countywide Brownfield Redevelopment Authority, and I'm also a local ecologist with the County Park System. So I just want to take this moment to introduce myself to you all and to thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. Greg Woodring? Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Council. My name is Greg Woodring. I live at 1012 West Cross in Ward 2, and I'm here primarily to encourage you to vote yes on resolution number 2026-38. And I would also like to encourage you to vote yes on resolution number 2026-39. I have to be honest with you, Council. I've been a little bit disappointed with this body recently. I recently observed the vast majority of the police siege that took place on West Cross Street and came to you along with many other citizens of the January 20th meeting, hoping to see some action. That action has been at the best delayed multiple times now, and I haven't seen a lot of promise in believing that there is going to be substantive action from this council to in any way address what happened there. It's a complicated issue. There's a lot of parties involved. However, I've been extremely disappointed to see the inaction, the deflection of blame, and accountability from the city on this issue. It's no doubt that we live in a time of decaying legitimacy in our institutions. The violence that we are seeing enacted by ICE is just one example of the violence that is being revealed as the state is losing legitimacy. That is the function of a state that is losing legitimacy. We have a very aggressive party that is intent on destroying our institutions and an ineffectual party that is unwilling to stand up and prevent that decline. When we see this type of decline at the national level, we look to local leadership. It is a very scary world to live in without strong leaders. And our local governments are what we have put our trust and faith into to protect us in these types of dark times. I thank you for considering this resolution to ban ICE from these places and to not work with ICE. I think that's a very positive step. As we continue to decline in our democracy, which by all accounts seems to be the trend at the moment, you are going to be called upon more and more to act bravely in the face of what may not be necessarily legal for you to do. I hope that you are the type of leaders that are willing to take that charge up. Unfortunately, recent behavior has not left me with the feeling that you are, but I'd like to see that amended. I do believe that this resolution in front of you tonight is a positive step towards that. Thank you.
Thank you. Deron Witherspoon Senior? Good evening.
My name is Deron Witherspoon Sr. I just wanted to come up here and tell you guys, thank y'all. Y'all doing a beautiful job. Thank y'all for keeping us abreast as much as y'all can, when y'all can, about any situation that's going on in the community. I love y'all up here. I also want to just bring a quick awareness that my organization is intent on helping residents in this community that's been dealing with street level violence, mental health, extreme hunger, poverty, loss of an influential person, violent death of a family or friend, incarceration, physical trauma, or racial oppression. We've been very intent on seeking advocacy and healing for those individuals. So if you have anybody that y'all can refer to my agency, or get in touch with me, I'd love for that to happen, whatever ward it is. Um, and I'm also like to know if anybody is looking for vital documents, as far as they birth certificate, social security card, anything like that. We also are willing to help those people too. We just want to like get people the necessities that we have just to be citizens. Uh, and I would like for y'all to look really into the resolution regarding the ICE. Um, a lot of people can't speak up because when they speak up, it might affect other people indirectly. So they kind of got to keep their mouth closed. But it's a big problem in our city, and I'm glad y'all stand on top of it. Thank you. That's it.
Forgive me, but I think it's Ariel, and can you say your last name for me? I was so close. I was gonna say that, but then I wasn't sure.
Good, you got it. Hi.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you all for holding this meeting. My name is Ariel Ojibwe. I'm a member of the Sault Ste. Marie tribe of Chippewa Indians. I'm from Lansing, Michigan, and I lived in Ypsilanti for about a decade. And I'm here because I submitted my name for the Water Street Committee. So I just thought I'd put a face to the name and tell you 4 things that are really important to me. One is that all of our citizens have so much unfettered access to the river right now, and that's really important for me to make sure we keep when we're thinking about developers. Also, the beings that are there, both the people and the animals and everybody, the trees, it's going to be a really hard transition. So thinking about their welfare and should we make their lives as good as we can while the development happens. Also, I know it's important to be proactive with the Office of State Archaeologists and the State Historic Preservation Office and lots of other things. And honestly, I'd rather have an ecologist probably and a brownfield specialist. But I think it's important, instead of just thinking retroactively and in the past, to also think about the Native nations that are here still and active today in Michigan. There are a lot of bands that have like an economic development wing. There are 3 tribes that work together to make a construction company. It's called A Key Construction LLC. And there are just ways that we could reach out to people who were displaced historically that are still here and active. I think that's an important thing to consider. And then lastly, for the development of the area, I want to think about like the building codes proactively, what's going to happen with runoff water and our values and all the things like that I'm interested and excited about. So thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, those are the names that I have signed up on the list. So I will take hands from the audience before going to our first few on Zoom. Okay. Anybody in the audience who would like to address council? Oh, yes, please come. Hi, good evening.
Anne from Ypsi Township. Last time I was here, I mentioned that I'm working directly with people within the broader community who've been impacted by ICE operations in the area, kids who no longer have a mom to come home to and are really frightened about going out around Ypsi now. Definitely wanted to speak in support of 2026-38. I noticed, last time you guys talked about using some of the language from Mira about access to buildings owned by the city. I don't see that here. So I want to make sure that that gets considered still about access to buildings. And yeah, whatever we can do to help these members of our community that are afraid of going out and about in Ypsi would be great. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to address council? KJ. Good evening.
Good evening, KJ Pedri. Um, let's see where to start. You took the mutual aid for the fire department off the consent agenda. I'm interested to hear about that reasoning, considering you were just really supportive of the SWAT mutual aid that we came to council asking for you to reconsider. I would much rather us take our share of putting out fires than take our share of shooting people. Again, echoing what Greg said, there has not been substantive action on Ruben's issues, and justice delayed is justice denied. I firmly believe you should be calling for dropping the charges and working with all available parties to help make that a reality. The ICE issue is obviously pressing. I support the resolution in front of us, but it clearly does not go far enough. We have had suggestions to attempt to ban them from city property, and similar legislation has gone forward elsewhere. And I think we should be pushing the envelope further. We shouldn't just be following up with what other places are doing, but figuring out our own cutting edge moves on how to manage this. I support the opposition for the ballot initiative that is discussed here, but I would hope that you would support the other two ballot initiatives that are currently circulating for money out of politics and invest in MI kids. It would be good to see some highlighting of the positive that can come from these ballot initiatives as well as the negative. Yeah, I think that's about it. Sorry, I'm scattered for today. Yeah, support Ruben. He needs our help. Oppose ICE. We need our community to be safe. And shelter now. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address council in the audience? All right, we'll take the hands on Zoom.
I have one on Zoom, Brian Geringer. Oh, I just got another one.
All right, good evening.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
What's up, everybody? I'm so sorry I can't be there in person today. And also I am scatterbrained and unprepared. I'm sort of skipping work for this, not really, but I totally agree with everything KJ just said. I did not actually get a chance. I'm happy that there's a ICE resolution, anti-ICE resolution on here. I'm sure it could go further, and I wish it did, even though I don't know the details, just to be honest. I also completely support dropping the charges against Ruben, or supporting that. For you all to support that, I think as has been discussed many times, the gross display of violence that we all witnessed is unimaginable, and it's unimaginable to think that the state needs to punish our neighbor even further. That is a disgusting thought. But the reason I actually am calling in is to support the democratic process that took place a couple weeks ago in choosing people fit for a Water Street Commission. It was a very, very exciting process, and for those who have been around for a while, this is a direct descendant of the Rising for Economic Democracy and IPSI org and the community benefits organization or ordinance process that has been very, very successful in making development work at least somewhat for the people. And as such a crucial piece of land with so many different living beings on it, with so many different interests from the past, from just having stakes in that land. I am very heartened to have seen such a thorough democratic process in getting people from Ipsy to speak for that land and represent that land. And I encourage the council to respect the process that took place. And I'm interested to see how that looks moving forward. But the diverse set of voices that were at that meeting, I'm just thrilled to have representing us. So
Thank you, Brian.
peace.
Have a good night.
The next one is Marley.
Good evening.
Good evening. This is Marley. I hope you can hear me too.
Yes.
Like I agree, like I support the resolution about ICE, though the main thing I'm here virtually to talk about is police accountability, and it just seems disappointing how slow this response has been, and the, I guess, hesitation like around actually like doing your jobs as like the executive power that like manages the Ipsy Police Department. Like, and these ideas like about liability, especially, like I get that the lawyer's job is to protect their client, the city, but as the people that manage the city, you work for the benefit of the people, and to some degree, like it feels like liability is a concern if you are more interested in like avoiding blame than like positive outcomes or justice or anything. So I urge you to, I guess, keep in mind like that likely things were done wrong, and it's important to figure them out to improve, and just ignoring it won't help. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on there?
One more. Jen H.
Oh. Hi, Jen. Oh, you're not promoted yet?
Yes.
Okay.
Jen. Yep.
Good evening.
Hello. Hey, Council. Jen Heimberg, 48198. I also just wanted to echo my support for dropping the charges against Ruben. I also wanted to voice my support for any resolution that further restricts ICE's movement within their movement, their authority, their power, their jurisdiction, their everything, right? Like, and similarly to some of our neighbors earlier, I agree that we're looking to our local government, often to no longer do government business as usual a bit, and to, and I am in support of things that move farther left, and I have said so to all levels of my state and local government and federal government. But I do want to touch one quick thing quickly regarding ICE. I was not able to stay all of last week for the discussion about restricting employment for agents. And while I understand entirely where where some of my fellow neighbors are coming from with that, I just want to caution any sort of actions like that, because they always have downstream unintended effects. And typically we know who suffers from those types of effects, and where those blind spots lie, and we know who has military histories, and we know whose bodies get put on the front line a lot, and so I just wanted to make sure that that's something that we were considering. Again, I did not hear the discussion, so if this was already covered, apologies. But thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
It's everyone.
All right. Sure, please come. Yeah. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Lorenz Corneliuson, and I was up here before to talk to you about Water Street redevelopment. And I just wanted to say hello again and say that I'm a real estate agent, so I would come into this with knowledge of what a development and buyer process actually looks like, as well as serving as a resident. In real estate, I do work with mostly first-time home buyers, so I'm acutely aware of the crisis that is hitting us all. So I'm interested in the same things that we're all interested in, making sure that this is an accessible space. I have a very long history in disability advocacy, making sure it's affordable and it's community oriented. That's me.
Thank you. All right. Any other hands before we close? Don't all jump at once. All right, well, seeing none, we will close audience participation. What am I doing? I don't know why I did that. Even though. Thank you very much. And we're gonna move to our presentation, which is a proclamation for National Black History Month. Yeah, 1 second. All right. So proclamation, National Black History Month 2026. Whereas Black History Month is a national effort to accord official recognition to the heritage of African Americans and the many contributions made to the development of America and the American way of life. And whereas in 1915, Dr. Carter Gowen Woodson, along with 4 others, founded the Association for the Study of Negro Life and History. And whereas Woodson desired greater impact through the association, which led him to start a National Negro Week in February 1926. And whereas February 2026 marks the 50th anniversary of the observation in the United States of Black History Month. Every president since Gerald Ford has officially designated the month of February as Black History Month. And whereas President Gerald R. Ford officially recognized Black History Month in 1976, calling upon the public to seize the opportunity to honor the too often neglected accomplishments of Black Americans in every area of endeavor throughout our history. And whereas Black History Month, or National African American History Month, is an annual celebration of achievements by Black Americans and a time for recognizing the central role of African Americans in U.S. history. And whereas other countries around the world, including Canada and the United Kingdom, also devote a month to celebrating Black history. And whereas the theme of Black History Month 2026 is a century of Black history commemorations, from Negro History Week to Black History Month, the tradition has carried forth, and the observances have become part of the warp and weft of American culture and increasingly the global community. And whereas Black Lives Matter began in 2013 with the goal of rallying around important issues in the African American community and seeks to promote justice and freedom for all. Now, therefore, I, Nicole Brown, Mayor of the City of Ypsilanti, on behalf of City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of February 2026 as National Black History Month in the City of Ypsilanti, Michigan. And I urge all citizens to join me in extending recognition and honor during this month and throughout the year to African Americans for outstanding achievements and contributions to our nation, as well as urging us all to explore the impact and meaning of 100 years of Black history commemorations in transforming the status of Black people in the modern world. Given under my hand and seal of the City of Ypsilanti, February 17th, 2026. Thank you, Tracy, for adding this. I think it's really important that we celebrate everyone who's made contributions to our nation. And in specific, this month being Black History Month, I think it would be a disservice to one of our leaders who we lost today, Reverend Jesse Jackson, who was just, a pillar of the Black community and an advocate for so many, others, regardless of race, creed, religion. He was here in Ypsilanti in October, I believe, of 2024 was the last time. And he came because he was invited by student government with the Rainbow Coalition, and his son was with him and some of their team. And, even at that time, he was showing, very severe signs of his illness, as we've seen him kind of, just kind of deteriorate over the years. But the energy and the fervor that he had to speak with the students and with us and to share, he had a trouble speaking, but still asked for the mic and tried to speak and say one of his, very famous quotes, which I cannot quote right now, so I'm not going to try, but his son supported him in doing that. And I was watching that video on my phone this morning when I got the alert that he had passed, and it just kind of rocked my world a little bit, that someone who has spent their life fighting for others went out still fighting, even when he didn't actually have all his faculties or the physical ability to do it the way that he always had, but still made the attempts to do so. And so in my mind, that's connected me back to even some of the things I heard in public comment today around what it means to fight for people and what it means to stand up for people, despite what you may be going through or despite what boxes you're expected to work within. And so, as we do this work up here collectively, I think it's just important to think of individuals like Dr. Reverend Jesse Good Jackson, I call him doctor. And the work that he attempted to do, completed, and the respect that he garnered across not just this country, but this nation, for standing on the side of right. And so, yeah. Does anyone else have anything they'd like to share, or would you like to move on? All right.
I would just say I'm happy to see this resolution come forward in the future. I know we talked about it at the last meeting. We would like it to come either in that first meeting of February or even at the last meeting of January.
And so we did make sure to update what those reoccurring resolutions and will be so that we get it at the top of the month rather than at the second meeting.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah. I thought I saw another hand, but maybe not. All right. So seeing none, thank you. And we're going to move into our business on the agenda here, starting with our consent agenda. Councilman Tucson.
Yes, so resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti that the following items be approved. One, resolution number 2026-032, approving the minutes of the regular meeting of February 3rd, 2026. Number two, resolution number 2026-034, reappointing John Ichesko, I am so sorry, to the Ypsilanti Community Utilities Authority with a term ending in February 1st, 2029. Number three, resolution number 2026-035, approving John Gilbreth as Administrative Hearings Bureau Officer for the City of Ypsilanti as appointed by the city manager. Number four, resolution number 2026-037, authorizing the chief of police to sign all necessary documents needed to execute a vehicle purchase in the amount of $44,990 from LaFontaine CDJR Lansing, as well as number five, resolution number 2026-041, approving the proposal submitted by Smith's Waterproofing in the amount of $54,788 for police station basement repairs, and I so move.
Moved by Councilman Tucson, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilson. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows.
Yes.
Consent agenda passes.
All right, thank you so much. And then we're moving to letter C that was removed from the consent agenda. So Councilmember Fellows, you have that 022.
Resolution to hire Yodit Mesfin Johnson as a facilitator for the second Water Street request for qualifications RFQ committee meeting with council. And I will have the rest of it read into the record, and I so move.
Support.
Oh, it's been moved by Councilmember Fellows, supported by Councilmember Simmons and King. All right. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, never mind.
We're at letter C. It was King or Simmons. All right. This was pulled from the consent agenda, so I'm assuming there was some discussion. So I'm opening the floor. We had a presentation from Ms. Mesfin Johnson at the last meeting, and then documents were submitted in connection to the work and the scope of work. So I open the floor. Councilmember Simmons.
I just want to say thanks to Yodit for a well thought out and aspirational proposal and offering. So,
thank you. Thank you. Further discussion?
I'm getting there.
Oh, okay.
Trying to find where somebody else has something to say.
You said they might want to go to someone else while you pull up.
Yeah, well, I'm getting to the spot.
Any other comments or questions while Mayor Pro Tem's getting to his notes? Councilmember Fellows?
Yeah, the scope of work for Yodit's proposal of the objectives and services is really thorough and reflective of kind of the work that I have seen her do with the county resiliency plan. So I'm excited to see how this upcoming exciting project of the Water Street RFQ committee will do, especially with the support of a strong facilitator like Yodit for one of the sessions.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll also say I really appreciate not only the thorough scope of work, but how quickly she turned it around to get it back in at the request of council. Truly appreciate her, willingness to support us in this way and bring her services to the city.
Oh, President General. Yeah, I also want to say thank you for the scope of work. I look forward to this process. There's one point that I wanted to change, is an issue with meeting with staff and one council member, and I would change that to staff and the mayor. I'm looking for it in the document.
Oh, that's what you were looking for? I don't know.
Oh, you're looking for 3A.
3A?
A session.
Is there-
Design and preparation.
Oh.
Yeah, because it says a designated.
Need a designated city staff and a council member and at least one member of the RFQ committee. Is that the part?
Yeah.
The motion?
Yes.
Okay, so it's been moved and supported. Councilmember Fellows, hand up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have super strong opinion on this, except that there's going to be 3 council members on this committee, and so I'm not sure if the mayor is planning to be throw her hat in the ring for the committee. But I imagine that, one of those 3 might be a consultant for that session. But, if the mayor is on the committee, I could see that being you, or if you're not on the committee, I could still see it being you. But I just wanted to uplift that there is going to be 3 council members on the committee, and I'm sure that they will be some part of a consulting process.
All right, further discussion on the motion, the amendment?
I guess
Councilmember Clement?
I guess I would ask the question of why to change it to the mayor.
Because I read this as being a meeting prior to engagement in the meeting. And so that being selected.
In terms of like agenda setting or?
Even before that, but I must have misread this. Session design and preparation.
No, she
No?
had said she wouldn't be available
Okay.
for today's meeting.
Oh, she did say that.
Well, all she noted was that what was non-negotiable is that she wanted to meet with people before, that she wouldn't do it if she couldn't do that. But I think that was it for her.
Thank you, Woodrow. Councilmember, would you agree to do that?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. And just in support of the amendments, I think there's sometimes in major projects, significant events related to the city, and I think Water Street fits that, when it's important that the mayor be included, and I think this makes sense.
Than where it apparently is. I still think you should be involved in that. We don't represent the city, but I can appreciate a single council member or multiple council members be in this. So.
Okay. So I'm sorry. I
Say Yodita's on the phone.
She's on the phone. Did you call her? What did she say? Is it before? Okay, so it's before. Thank you, Deron. All right, so we got.
I got that. It's just that where it was upstream of that meeting.
That's what Rissa is.
I mean, I don't have a big issue. I mean, I'm interested in your thoughts on this, Mayor.
Mhm.
But I also, I mean, when I saw that, I was like, oh, why only one? That was my thought when I saw it. I was like, why only one? There might be multiple. So if I were to make a change, I would have maybe made it to be like those who are available, interested, maybe, you know? So I don't know like whether,
Not
why
more
there
than
necessarily
three.
is a restriction.
It has to be not more than three, so it
Okay, well, we can put what, okay, that's fine. Don't make it an open meeting act issue. I was just saying that was my thought when I 1st read it was I was like, oh, I could see maybe more, maybe even more than one. But so I would be more interested in fewer restrictions with the necessary restrictions than whatever. But I don't know if you have particular feelings or thoughts, Mayor.
Yeah, I don't have particular feeling and thoughts about, I think more could absolutely be better. I guess when we were gonna get to the discussion piece, that's one of the things that I was gonna share that I would like to participate in this, in just being you know, as long as I've been here and having some experience as well in moving some of this forward. So yeah, I wouldn't mind it being more than one council member and then we choose who those folks are. I wouldn't mind it being me. I mean, I don't, we're all here trying to get this done. So, you know.
And I would withdraw that amendment and change it to meet with designated city staff and council members and
Support.
at least one member of, and members of the RFQ committee.
So first, the first one has to be removed. So that means are you okay with removing that from the table? You were the second.
Am I okay with it? The different question from will I withdraw?
Oh,
my
will you withdraw it?
Withdraw my support.
Okay, and then Mayor Pro Tem, you're putting another motion on the table.
Amendment that 3A, first bullet point, meet with designated city staff and council members.
Okay. And do we need to
Support.
put not more than three?
Not more
there?
than 3 council members. Oh, wait, look at me. Let me stop.
So not more than 3 council members? Does that make it
Support.
convoluted? But, okay. So it's been moved and supported. Discuss,
Question.
Councilman McLean.
You?
It
Would
would,
that be you?
it would have to be 3 people, so I could not be a fourth. It would have to be 3 people.
Understood. But when we say 3 council members, could that include you?
Yeah, I'm a council member. Councilman Fellows.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to speak for Yodit completely, but I did discuss this proposal with her, and my understanding is just referencing some people from the committee, some from council leadership, someone that's not on council, and staff, just to in the run up kind of confirm facilities and atmosphere and the things that are needed to support the committee, accessibility needs, those sorts of things. It's isn't, from my understanding, some very serious level of continued consultation. So I support any number of people being involved, less than 3 or up to 3.
Thank you. All right, further comment or discussion on the motion on the table? All right, seeing none, please call the roll.
On the amendment,
Yes, on the amendment.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean, Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
The amendment carries.
All right, thank you. So now we're on our original resolution, and also just like we were saying, no more than 3 doesn't mean there has to be 3, right? And so at least we have the option. All right, further discussion on this proposal. We're on the amended resolution.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean, Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
The amended motion carries.
Great, thank you. All right. Next, Councilmember McLean, you have 036.
We got one from consent.
That's it.
Mhm.
036.
Mhm. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Resolution 2026-036, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the City of Ypsilanti has the power, privileges, and authority to maintain and operate a fire department providing fire protection, fire suppression, emergency medical services, technical rescue, hazardous incident response, and other emergency response services. And whereas fire services can further be improved by cooperation between political subdivisions during times of public emergency, conflagration, or disaster. And whereas Michigan Constitution of 1963 permits a political subdivision to exercise jointly with any other political subdivision any power, privilege, or authority which such political subdivisions share in common and which might exercise separately. And whereas the City of Ypsilanti desires to enter into an interlocal agreement pursuant to the Act to further improve fire services, and whereas the Michigan Mutual Aid box alarm system is a mechanism that may be used for either deploying or receiving personnel and equipment in a multi-jurisdictional or multi-agency emergency mutual aid response. And whereas as a result of entering into the interlocal government agreement to further improve fire services, the City of Ypsilanti is a signing party to MIMABAS, and whereas the City of Ypsilanti has the authority to execute this agreement pursuant to resolution of its governing body, and therefore be it resolved, the City of Ypsilanti finds it is in the best interest of its citizens from a safety and financial standpoint to enter into the interlocal agreement joining the Michigan Mutual Aid Box Alarm System Association, and that the City of Ypsilanti is authorized to enter into the amended Michigan Mutual Aid Box Alarm System Association Agreement, and that the Ypsilanti Fire Chief is hereby authorized to execute, sign the attached agreement. I so move.
Support.
Been moved by Councilmember McLean, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxon. Chief Hobbs, anything? Street Manager?
Yeah.
Okay.
Chief Hobbs is here if you have questions. This is just an amendment to the approved agreement from 2016. The only change is the name.
Thank you.
Name being
Oh, sure. MABS, BAS.
Nonprofit organization, WEMAC, not considered a government entity, and because we changed the WEMAC, we are updating our.
Got it.
Councilmember Susan? Oh, questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
I'll just comment. I moved to have this set into the regular agenda because I've been here for a while and I don't remember ever seeing this before.
Last time we updated was 2016. So when I sent the resolution, I probably should have included the 2016 agreement that had all the particulars in it as opposed to resolution. So hopefully this afternoon you got a chance to take a look at that. It's more detail from the Public Act and how it works. Benefit of it is if there's a disaster of any type, we can have outside resources. We can have state resources. We can have national resources without cost. That's a huge piece of this. Our WAMA agreements, our WAMAC agreements, our MAPES agreements, all those agreements come without reciprocal charges or fees. So if you opted out of this and say we had a disaster and we had to bring people in, then you got to pay for all those resources.
Yep.
So that's a huge piece of this.
I thank you for that. There was public comment about, why this versus that. This is the first step. It's not mutually exclusive. I wanted to be transparent about this because we were moving to transparency with other things and making the point here that these documents are not secret and hidden.
No, they can look them up. Public Act 167.
Exactly. So that
you guys can look it up. Anybody on
those things will be forthcoming and certain responses from certain officials have claimed the opposite. And so this is just one of those things. This is a policy. This is an agreement that we have. It is open to the public.
I've been in the fire department 40 years now. We've always had the same agreement with the MAPES agreement. It's nothing new. It's just updating it because we changed from one agency to the other, changed the name from an association to a council.
Well, thank you for that.
Councilmember McLean and then Councilmember Fellows.
Thank you, Mayor. This is probably more a comment than a question, but I was glad to see this removed from the consent agenda, in part because I think kind of the context that we find ourselves in right now with regard to Cross Street and a whole series of questions about other mutual aid agreements. I think this particular one makes good sense. I don't have any particular questions about that, but I do think the whole notion of mutual aid, which is critical for a small community like ours with limited resources, but still we need to pay attention as we engage in those and what the jurisdictional implications of those mutual aid agreements are.
I agree.
Thank you. Councilmember Fellows?
Yeah, also the comment, is that because there's more attention and more interest in the mutual aid agreements right now, I'm really glad that we're talking about it. And, you know, I did look into the mutual aid box alarm system to really understand what this particular mutual aid agreement was doing, and I do support it. I also note that in the document, it says who the command is for a mutual aid response, and it is the requesting party or the requesting jurisdiction. And so it's very clear in this mutual aid agreement. And as we start reviewing some of our other ones, that's going to be, you know, something we'll discuss. Do you have comment about that?
You see me ready to talk, don't you?
Huh?
You see me ready to speak, don't you?
Yeah, yeah.
So, as I said before, it's very specific for fire. Instant command is very specific, and we practice it and we're taught it, and we part of the blue card system. Everything is based on instant command. It's very structured, and the authority to have its jurisdiction is always going to be in charge of that incident, whether it be it's going to be the fire chief or my designee. It's not going to be an outside department coming here taking control of any situation in the city. Like that's related to fire.
Yeah, and I know that you have been working with the union on, you know, particular policy for the YFD, and I'm hopeful that can come before the public so we can, you know, make that transparent too.
I forwarded that to council.
It's finished.
Oh, no, I saw it, but we can add it to a future packet so people
Yeah.
can look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got no problem with that. That's what you asked for it. I would give it to you, and there it is.
Great, thank you.
All right.
Are there comments or questions for Chief Hobbs? Councilmember Tucson?
You said we switched from WAMA, WAMA,
Washington Area Mutual Aid Association
to
the Washington Area Mutual Aid Council. The council, we became a governmental entity, and we're now subject to Open Meetings Acts and certain things as a governmental entity. And so we are updating these agreements because, like I said, it's been 2016 since the last time each community signed those agreements. So now we're re-signing the agreements because we've changed what we are.
Thank you. All right, if there are no further questions or comments, thank you, Chief Hobbs. Please call the roll.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Before we proceed, can we turn the air off?
Councilmember King is cold, and as am I. Sorry, my nose is running a little bit up here. So, thank you. I was gonna just grin and bear it. All right. Councilmember McLean, you have 038.
Thank you, Mayor. This may take some time. Resolution 2026-038 resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti. Whereas the City of Ypsilanti is committed to ensuring the safety, dignity, and human rights of all residents, regardless of race, religion, immigration status, national origin, and other protected traits. And whereas increased civil immigration enforcement activities, as well as activities using civil immigration enforcement as a pretense across the country, including in Michigan, are negatively impacting communities by undermining community trust, spreading fear, and creating barriers to accessing essential city services. And whereas the fear of civil immigration enforcement can deter immigrants from sending their children to school, supporting their families through work, participating in community life, and accessing essential city services. And whereas the residents of Ypsilanti believe that public safety is best achieved through trust and collaboration between residents and local government, not through the militarization or deputization of city resources in service of civil immigration enforcement. And whereas the Ypsilanti City Council reaffirmed its position on immigration enforcement in the city of Ypsilanti through the passage and continued support of Ordinance 1281, which, among other things, prohibits city officials from requesting immigration status unless required by law. And whereas civil immigration enforcement operations utilizing municipal property as staging sites has occurred in other jurisdictions, raising concerns about potential use of the city of Ypsilanti's properties for similar purposes. And whereas the unauthorized use of city resources, property, or personnel to facilitate civil immigration enforcement actions interferes with the city's authority over and its use of its own resources, property, and personnel. And whereas the use of city resources, property, and personnel to facilitate civil immigration enforcement actions is inconsistent with the city's values as a welcoming community. And whereas across the country, there has been an increased use of face coverings along with the absence of visible identification, including names and identification numbers to clearly identify individuals as federal law enforcement personnel. And whereas the use of face coverings and the lack of consistent visible identification are making it difficult for individuals in local law enforcement to distinguish between authorized law enforcement officers and persons with nefarious intent. And whereas members in communities where these tactics have been used have reported confusion and fear as to whether or not they were witnessing a crime. And whereas the city should have the right to establish identification requirements for law enforcement officers operating within the city so that the Ypsilanti Police Department and members of the public can distinguish between individuals who are authorized law enforcement officers and those who are not. And whereas the legality of whether state and local governments have the authority to ensure all law enforcement in their jurisdiction is identifiable to protect public safety as it pertains to face coverings and identification is currently being litigated in the United States, United States versus California. And whereas city has both the authority and responsibility under its police powers to maintain order and protect the safety and well-being of all people within its jurisdiction, now therefore be it resolved that the city of Ypsilanti City Council hereby establishes its policy that prohibits the use of city resources, funds, or personnel to assist in civil immigration enforcement or on entering into any agreement under Chapter 8 of USC Section 1357G. Resolved that the city prohibits federal immigration officers, including immigration and customs enforcement, customs and border protection personnel, to enter or use private areas marked as private or closed to the public in city facilities for civil immigration enforcement purposes absent a judicial warrant. Resolved that the city prohibits the use of any city-owned parking lot or vacant lot for the purpose of aiding civil immigration enforcement and or for the purpose of staging or establishing an operational base for civil immigration enforcement operations. Resolved that for purposes of this resolution, staging area means an area that is used to assemble, mobilize, and deploy vehicles, equipment, or materials and related personnel for the purpose of carrying out civil immigration enforcement operations. Resolved that the city manager shall, as soon as possible, but no later than 90 days, identify city-owned parking lots and vacant lots and ensure that all such properties have clear signage stating that the property is owned by the city of Ypsilanti and may not be used for civil immigration enforcement, including as a staging area, processing location, or for other civil immigration operations. Resolved that the city manager shall, as soon as possible, but no later than 90 days, design and make available for public use standardized signage that private landowners and leaseholders, including businesses, medical providers, nonprofit organizations, and places of worship, may print and display at their own discretion to delineate non-public areas of property in which the landowner or leaseholder wishes to restrict activities related to civil immigration enforcement. Resolved that this resolution shall not apply to property subject to an existing lease or agreement to which the city is a party and should not be interpreted to interfere with any such lease or agreement which the city is currently a party. Resolved that the city manager shall, as soon as possible, but no later than 90 days, develop a policy whereby city employees, contractors, and agents are prohibited from utilizing any city resource, including without limitation, any information obtained during the course of employment, service, or agency to assist, facilitate, or cooperate with federal civil immigration enforcement activities to the extent permitted by law and except as such where such assistance is required by law. Resolved that the city formally opposes the use of mask or face coverings by federal immigration officials that conceal their identities during civil immigration enforcement activities occurring within the city of Ypsilanti, except in circumstances where face coverings are required for verified public health or safety reasons. Resolved, the city shall, as soon as practical, create an ordinance prohibiting law enforcement officers operating in the city from using face coverings subject to limited exceptions and require that law enforcement officers operating in the city visibly display identification that includes their agency and either a name or badge number or both, name and badge number, when performing enforcement duties. Resolved that this resolution only pertains to civil immigration enforcement activities and does not prohibit the lawful use of city-owned and controlled property for other purposes, nor does it restrict any person or entity from carrying out functions unrelated to the prohibited purposes on such property. Resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council directs the city manager and his/her designee to immediately design and implement appropriate training processes for city staff to comply with this resolution. And resolved that it is not the intention of the city of Ypsilanti to violate Section 8 USC Code 1373, and nothing in this resolution shall be construed as restricting or interfering with the execution of law, judicial warrants, or enforcement of criminal law, nor as limiting the rights of any person or entity under state or federal law. I so move.
Or been moved by Councilmember McLean, supported by Councilmember Simmons. Thank you. Councilmember McLean?
Thank you, Mayor. That was a lot, but I think we can boil it down. What we're saying is that city property, city resources, city funds can't be used for warrantless ICE or CBP activities. Now, for the last year, we've been hearing that the supposed purpose of ICE and CBP actions under the Trump regime was to find, detain, and deport violent and dangerous criminals who did not have the right to be in the United States. Instead, what we've seen is ICE and CBP have devolved into a goon squad that does not protect our communities, but rather terrorizes our communities, including murdering our own citizens. There's no good reason why we should enable or participate in these kinds of actions. This resolution is designed to protect Ypsilanti residents from what has become Trump's extra legal and extra constitutional secret police by saying we will not allow our resources to be used for this kind of activity. I spent some time at the last meeting talking at some length about what ICE has done, and at this point it could fill textbooks. And I'm not going to go into that tonight, and probably most of the people in this room understand and know a good part of what has been happening. But I'll use one particular example rather than trying to summarize all of it. I'll just use one of the latest examples, the latest outrage as I see it. As of Saturday, the New York Times reports that 9 people who had been detained were ordered by courts not to be sent to their home countries, were smuggled to Cameroon. Now, probably, I don't know, half the people in this room don't know where Cameroon is. The people that were sent to Cameroon don't know where Cameroon is. The people that were sent to Cameroon have no connection to Cameroon. And yet, there they find themselves with no resources, no family, no recourse. And with a United States government that is telling people that, well, they're in another country, we can't do anything about it now. So what at least this is illegal and arguably unconstitutional. And so what we've seen continuously under ICE and CBP actions under this Trump and Holman and Nome regime is that they are on the wrong side of the law, the wrong side of the Constitution, the wrong side of decency and morality, and I do hope the wrong side of history. ICE at this point is engaged in activity that might best be described as kidnapping, thuggery, and lawlessness. The activity is not law enforcement. I have no idea why we want to collaborate with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Simmons?
Yes, thank you. So, I know when I had shared out some of this was from some members of MIRA, Movement for Immigrant Rights Advocacy, that has been pushing for these different policies, both at the county level as well as in Ann Arbor. I had a chance to speak with and connect with some members from that group today about some adjustments. So I have a few amendments I want to bring forward just in terms of some things to both strengthen this and some other, there's some other directions too that they're interested in, which I'm interested in pursuing as well. One piece is that the whereas, I think it might be the 10th or 11th whereas clause, which is the one that is referencing the California, the whereas about the legality of whether state and local governments have the authority. So that case has been decided already, and that we don't have the authority to focus just on one agency, but we can say all law enforcement, including civil immigration. So I would I would amend this to take out that whereas, because it's no longer necessary. Should I do them one by one? Does that
1, 2, 3.
What's number 13?
I'm trying to count the.
Oh, yes, this is, let me see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Second to
You're not
last
trust
whereas.
me? It's
9,
19.
10.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Okay, yes. So you were to say, so yeah, the 13th whereas, to strike that one as the case has been determined. And then some of the other amendments would follow that to make sure that we're naming that it's for all law enforcement, and then also making sure that we're including, all law enforcement, including civil immigration enforcement agents. There's a couple of places where that would need to be adjusted, if that makes sense. So I have them kind of listed, but I don't know if we want to try to go through them each or to recognize that if we change that.
I mean, can that be a friendly since you're the second for this resolution?
Doesn't understand exactly what, so can we, do the first one and talk about,
Yeah.
the subsequent ones will be?
Yeah. So this one says the legality of whether they have the authority. It's being currently litigated by United States v. California. So that case has been decided upon. And so that is an outdated whereas. So that's the first one.
So you're moving to strike that? Is there support?
Does the support have to come from?
No, this is an
support it.
amendment. Okay, so it's been moved and supported to amend to strike the 13th whereas about the legality of this litigation, or the litigation, which has come to a close. Is there discussion on removing this? Councilmember McLean.
Questions on the amendments, to the maker of the amendment? At what level was this, as you said, decided? Has it
The federal court.
Yes, but at what level? And does it have the potential for appeal? And I've not heard anything about this going to the Supreme Court. I don't think it has the potential to do that.
Or if it cannot go to appeal, because anything that's in court can be appealed. So, I mean, I can't say that it can never be appealed. But the comment in the whereas clause that says it's waiting on this to be litigated there is just outdated at this point, because it has been determined at the federal level since it was the United States v. California. So it was from the federal court on the ruling of what had happened at that state, at that level. I can't open this. Of course, it's this particular link here is paywalled, so so I can't open it right now to tell you what might get at some of those details.
In order to just make it one motion, instead of strike that, just say replace it with this. Then it's just one motion and it's a little bit easier to record.
But I think she wants to take it out.
I know you replace.
With what?
Move to replace that, what she said about all law enforcement, including civil immigration, enforcement.
Oh, well, yeah, because that would come through in a couple of other places where it's referring to it. So that's why I was like, well, it would just be adding, for instance, like when we're talking about the masking, it would just be making sure that we're naming that in particular, so that it's not calling out only immigration, but saying in general. So I'm not sure if that's a direct replacement, I guess is what I would say.
In this clause, right, to remove the case because it's been decided.
Yeah.
And include the immigration agency.
What I was saying is I would remove this clause, and then in a few other clauses, for instance, the clause above it where it says the city should have the right to establish identification requirements for law enforcement officers. That could be law enforcement officers, comma, including civil immigration agents.
So you just want to add that into any space that it talks about law enforcement,
Yes.
like
That might be-
including this.
Yes.
So
And then
you could make that, so we do have an amendment on the floor about striking this, but I have an idea for how to add the other part. Because I think what city manager is saying then does work, now that I understand what the full ask is, then to replace it with the legality of whether state and local government, that sentence, ensure all law enforcement, including, why am I drawing a blank that fast? The immigration agency, civil immigration agency, and leave that. And then we would also ask to have that replace any other space in this resolution that says law enforcement officers, to have them all say the same thing.
Or, I mean, I guess the other part is a replace would be to say, as opposed to saying, whereas the legality of whether, we could say it has been ruled in this case that we do have the authority to do so, as long as we're talking about all law enforcement, including. So that would be the other thing, which is to name it.
So we do have to make a choice about how, because an amendment is on the floor and now, okay, we're working.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I would just strike, yeah. I'll
So
leave it at that.
currently the motion is to strike it. Maybe we do. And then maybe if you want to work on wordsmithing what you would like to add, we could add that with the subsequent areas that have law enforcement involved being included with that. Does that sound okay? Clerk, do you know what's being asked?
I think so.
Okay.
In this amendment right now, we're still just striking the 13th whereas.
That's currently the amendment that's on the table.
But then I understand what we would be doing with the second one as well, if we get to them.
Okay. All right. Councilman McLean,
On the amendment, specifically on this whereas clause, because the whereas doesn't have the force of law anyway, the way the resolution clauses do, I won't object to it, but I just want to note that not a lot is decided until it makes it to the Supreme Court. And I have no information that suggests that this is finished. I could be incorrect about that, but so I won't object to it, but to say it's decided, that seems premature.
Mayor Pro Tem, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I was just going back and forth on the replacement versus excluding that, and it seems like I wasn't sure what the decision was at first when you started talking about this. So then, with that last bit of information, then you could just take out legality of whether and just say, whereas state and local governments have the authority to ensure all law enforcement, including civil immigration, in their jurisdiction is identifiable to protect public safety as it pertains to face coverings and identification, as recently decided in, and then it's it. And that's true to what you're saying, right? It's already been determined that we have the right to be able to do this, and then all the other changes upstream or downstream about including that could be made. So we want to remove this. I'm willing to amend to replace it with that other one.
I'm about to raise I don't know what's happening with me tonight. I'm going through a lot. I just took a quick little Google search, and it says 6 days ago that a federal judge, California judge blocked the state's push to enforce this. Even though it was decided, but they're still fighting about it right now. Actually,
Decision has stayed until Thursday.
Why would you not?
They're smart.
What was happening? Okay.
An attorney.
No. You're here. You're our legal counsel. So
that would have helped.
Yeah, that would help a lot of this.
Saved a few minutes.
Right.
Oh,
It's so you're saying it's still in process. So would you then say that the update that Pro Tem just offered would be more accurate than striking it? Or So then I'll remove the
Motion.
motion. Will you support?
Support.
You withdraw.
And withdraw that one and move to amend it as stated.
Can you state it for
Sure.
Yes.
Joe, please?
I'll repeat it. Whereas state and local governments have the authority to ensure all law enforcement in their jurisdiction, including civil immigration
Enforcement
agency
agents. Yes.
Is identifiable to protect public safety as it pertains to face coverings and identification is current. Identification was recently decided in United States versus California and the rest.
Did
Yes.
as well.
Was recently decided.
Ruled.
So remove is currently being litigated to was decided in
United States versus.
Yeah, I would support that.
Okay, so we have a motion. If
Second.
Oh, Councilmember Simmons, I think. Well, I don't know who moved this at this point.
Sound like she's.
I don't even know. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem moved it. Councilmember Simmons supported it. Clerk Boudreaux, do you know what was stated?
Okay, we've got
Attorney Barker. Is that
Clarify to not appear like that I'm feigning omnipotence. I pulled this opinion as you were speaking.
okay? Thank you. I was like, what is happening?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And then what was stated as the new motion, then that you agree that feels more accurate. Okay.
If I may just ask, the beginning of it again. So state and local governments have the authority to ensure all law enforcement officers, including civil immigration agency?
Including civil immigration enforcement agents.
Enforcement agents, sorry. And that's, okay, enforcement agents.
And that would be then the additional term. Well, let me stop.
Right, let's just do this one piece at a time.
I think I got it.
Okay.
The court is saying that it has to apply to all law enforcement officers, not just federal.
Mhm.
Because otherwise you're discriminating against federal law enforcement agencies and you have the privacy clause problem.
Oh wait, you should turn the microphone.
And you should say it real loud, like real loud.
Just so people that
Yeah,
this
so he
is
can
what-
hear this.
Oh, just make, and at least this opinion is saying that you have to make that applicable to all law enforcement agencies, local, state, and federal, not just single out federal agencies, or you're dealing with intergovernmental immunity problems and supremacy clause problems under the federal constitution.
So that'll be our next thing. All right, so the motion on the floor, if Clerk Boudreaux has it, because that's very important for our documentation purposes. Are there other questions, discussion on that piece? Clause 13. Please call the roll on the amendment.
Councilmember McLean.
No.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
The amendment carries.
Okay, so we're on the amended resolution, and so Councilmember Simmons, before we make a motion, let's talk about it. So what all we're doing now is kind of what Attorney Barker stated, is just that wherever it says law enforcement officers, we want to also say including civil immigration enforcement agents, so that it's a fuller picture here.
Yes.
folks.
And there's also, this is where I'm like, I need to number it. But like in one of the resolves too, there's something where it says it specifically, calls out, where is it? So there's one of the resolves says the city formally opposes use of mask coverings that conceal their identities during civil immigration enforcement activities. That would be another one I think that should be updated to
Law enforcement.
so that would include law enforcement, and then also
Need to know which clause.
oh,
3.
What?
thank you.
But before we
Thank you.
do that, I have a recommendation. anywhere in this resolution where it discusses law enforcement, it should say law enforcement including in every space. And that way it covers it all.
That one doesn't, right?
And that one is the
the other way
opposite.
around.
But I'm saying, so anywhere where it talks about law, any type of law enforcement, it just says that so that it covers everything.
Okay.
Is that what you're getting at?
Yes.
Okay.
And then there's the ones that say specifically for the civil,
Immigration enforcement, then it would also include law enforcement
yes.
in general. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Anywhere where one or the other is there, you add the other.
Just to make it,
If that makes
just to
sense.
make it symbiotic.
Yes.
Or, and there was one that was like, that said something that was like, only pertains to civil immigration enforcement activities.
The third to last, this resolution only pertains to civil immigration and does not prohibit the lawful use of city-owned and controlled property. Says, nor does it restrict any person or entity from carrying out functions related to prohibited person such property.
So yeah, I would say it should be for any,
That one, I don't know.
wait a second.
Because law enforcement would include our own police department.
Does prohibit the lawful use of. Yeah, so okay, I think that I can understand that one. I think that one is saying specifically within this kind of enforcement activity, right? As opposed to calling out who's doing it. So
then
while I understand what's happening, I feel like this needs to be reread that way to make sure that we're not doing that in other clauses, that we're not prohibiting our own, law enforcement or our, from functioning.
yes, because I think it's mainly around this main thing was around the face covering in particular and the hiding of identity, which is what we're saying is a problem. And it would be a problem whether it's a police officer or anyone else acting in those duties. They should be easily identifiable.
I agree with that.
So I think it's just making that clear that we're talking about and being inclusive of. Does that need to go through an amendment, or is that a way of coming into compliance with the amendment that we already passed?
You need another amendment.
We would need another amendment because we didn't do one on that. I just kind of named out loud what we were trying to get at. But I do think.
So does the amendment need to call out each whereas or resolved clause, or can we make one that names the need for symmetry?
It may need to, because that last one is one that would not, I think, be appropriate to state that. The one in the third to last clause that's a clear one that we saw that wouldn't align. And so because this is so long, I'm just trying to peruse it to see if there's anywhere else. You want my?
If you were sure that was the only one we could make an
Right, but
exception
I'm
from that
not.
one, right?
So
Yeah.
I'm looking to see.
Hold on, I'm gonna look at, can I make can I come back to this one and do other ones so I can look at a printed out version that has all the numbers? Thank you, Rep King. And then I can tell you the numbers in a more clear fashion.
How do we, what is it? A motion to set aside? Can we put this aside while?
Well, can I do the other ones first?
You have other amendments?
Yes.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, sure.
No, yes, I do.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so the other things that came forward was in let me see here. 1, 2, 3. No, maybe this is the resolved. The second resolved, the resolve that the city prohibits federal immigration officials, including immigration and customs enforcement, customs and border protection personnel, to enter or use private areas marked as private or closed to the public and city facilities for civil immigration enforcement purposes absent a judicial warrant. So the question was about the use of private areas and wanting to be more open, which in the original, the one that I originally shared, it did say for city spaces, public spaces, including parks and, you know, our buildings, not just, but like our buildings, naming all of the things that the city owns um, um, and manages. And so I would just, so then I would amend to take out, I mean, maybe it could be in addition to private areas as well as our public buildings and spaces.
If I'm not wrong, that would be illegal. It's a public space. That's why it has to be labeled private in order to require a judicial warrant.
So in here, we have this whole conversation about marking the parking lots, the vacant lots, and things of that sort. Wouldn't those also be considered public space?
So we can put signs up, but it would be difficult to enforce, especially that we have no gate access.
You mean at our parks?
At our parks, our parking lots, those would be very difficult to enforce.
But we could put signs up in those places, is what I'm.
Sure, that's what I was thinking we would do, but and for most of our buildings, they don't have public access, so we really just would need to label private spaces in this building.
Wait, say that again. You said label private spaces as the whole building?
Well, no, the first floor, they would come in here and they would need a judicial warrant to go upstairs. In all floors except for part of the third floor, because that is a public area.
Mm-hmm.
But the rest of the building, we can deem as private and they would need a judicial warrant.
I see.
And so for instance, in a space like this, there could be signage, but you said it'd be hard to enforce.
So if they came in during this,
Like, I mean, in
council-
here, they came into council.
Yes.
They could just be like, they could just snatch someone from our seats because it's a public meeting, and that there's not something that we could do to say you can't come into our public space and snatch someone from our seats.
It's an open meeting, so it has to stay open.
Mike, please.
I said, under the current arrangements or under current interpretations, you would potentially be engaging in harboring activity that would also get you arrested.
But if they don't have a warrant to do such activity,
They're in a public place. They couldn't come back behind Clerk Boudreaux's counter and arrest somebody that's back there. But they can certainly do that in this room.
They couldn't go to the fourth floor, for instance.
Yeah.
Right.
mm-hmm.
This is our building. Like, what? Okay.
Okay. And so this conversation is around then being clear, marking places as saying they're private. And then in some of these places like that we have in here around the parking lots, the vacant lots and things like that, that we're saying we prohibit. How would that be any different than saying we would prohibit it, even if it could happen?
So we could put signs up in parking lots, but that say it's prohibited, but technically we wouldn't be able to stop them from doing it. So we could put up a prohibited sign, but we can't actually stop them from coming into public areas.
Mm-hmm.
So we could say, we don't want you here, but you're saying that they could still be there.
That's the hard
Basically.
Because it's
That's
not
the bottom, that's
private.
the long and the short of it. I mean, I'd still say I don't want you here. So that's how I feel. I mean, I would still support that. Are you still?
I'm just mulling on like
Yeah, me
what to
too.
say. Yeah, I want to mull, but I'm happy to have the conversation to figure out how to actually make the amendment.
Councilmember McLean?
But in this particular case, when you say it's one thing to say we couldn't prohibit, it's another thing to say we can't enforce or we would struggle to enforce, right? If somebody decided they wanted to come into the clerk's area and busted down the door
Well, we could arrest them.
That's a crime.
Right? And would the same thing not apply to a properly signed private area as a parking lot, even though it's easy to walk from the sidewalk onto that parking lot?
We wouldn't be able to actually say this is a private area. You would need a judicial warrant to do that.
But it's a public area.
It's a public parking lot.
We're not designated as private and we don't have the ability to designate certain areas as private ourselves? I think we
Are
do.
we gonna turn all our parking lots into private parking lots?
Private areas.
But then public, just random people in the public park there.
He trespassed for park.
Well, we wouldn't do that, would we? Okay.
And so you don't need warrants to do things in public spaces, which is why they snatch people out of their cars. And although I think of a car as a private space, but I mean, I don't have a car, but I think most people think of their cars as private.
Here.
Like,
What did you say?
I wanted to hear.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed it.
no, Councilmember McLean was saying like, think of a privately owned parking lot. So let's say we're not talking about the city and someone else owns a lot. If they say you can't come into the lot, you can't come into the lot because it's their property. But is it because we're a municipality?
We are a public entity.
We're a public entity, so it's private, but it's public. We own it, but it's a public space. Well,
Okay.
put the signs up.
So we could say, hold on. I have another idea.
Okay.
In terms of being able to put it forward, maybe within our whereas maybe we could bring that back to name the intention around, I'm just trying to find the one. Under
Another question? Or are you?
Yeah, I'm just trying to count. Well, I'm gonna look at here to count. But I'm trying to find.
So I guess Attorney Barker or City Manager Halenga, with this resolution coming forward, with the idea that we need to be prepared for, it to pass and or fail, right? We think of what we would do. So as is, if it passed as it's written right now, what would we do to fulfill the requests in this resolution?
So what we would do is DPW's already has restricted access. The police station, you could go in the foyer, but that would be it. Fire department, I'm pretty sure, almost positive, it's restricted access, right? Yeah. So, and then City Hall, what I plan to do is you'd have your first floor. The fourth floor and second floor would be private areas. And then half of the third floor would be a private area.
The first part. Okay.
And it would basically be the hallway that goes into the lobby of the building department. And then beyond that would also be private.
Right, around the corner. Okay. So what about the part where it talks about the city prohibits the use of any city-owned parking lot or vacant lot for the purpose of basically being a staging area for any of these activities, assembling, mobilizing, deploying vehicles, equipment? How would we do that?
We could sign any vehicles that are parked illegally will be towed. So then if any other vehicles are parked illegally, we would tow them from the lot.
If our parking lots are free, the ones that are free.
But if they're parked in the spots incorrectly.
So if they're like parked horizontal instead of.
Yeah, like if they have.
Like, I mean.
They have a command center and they're parked illegally. Yeah, could have restricted hours.
We're putting our code enforcement people.
Right.
into
I'm heading that.
direct
I'm
conflict
walking right down that path.
with-
Okay.
with ICE agents.
Right, to fight with ICE. if
Well,
that
I
were to
mean,
happen.
any of this is going to do that to city employees.
Okay, all right, okay.
So I'm sorry, were you finished with what you were?
No, now I'm thinking too.
So what I'm thinking is then in maybe in this this eighth clause, eighth whereas the use of city resources, property, or personnel to facilitate civil immigration enforcement actions inconsistent with the city's values as a welcoming community. Maybe we can spell out there. And I was gonna go back to the original one that had the language around to name. So maybe it could be the use of the city's public spaces, such as, our buildings, our parks, include as well as our resources and personnel. So that we can name that we see this as going against our values in the whereas clause. But the other question I have, so some of the buildings, because like for instance, like the senior center, that's a city building. Yes.
Park Ridge.
Park Ridge.
Those are both, but
So could we would also designate private spaces within those buildings?
I believe that's all done by programming, so possibly.
We own it. Them.
Yes. So those would be, I would just want to, and so maybe, yeah, I guess I would want clarity because I'd want it to include any of the city buildings. Because the other thing that then this would do would be to also then for people like they could then be in those spaces and be protected unless there's a judicial warrant.
I mean, they have private programming, so I would say that potentially they could, but I would want insight from council.
Look into.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I'm no attorney, but I feel we own the buildings. So, I mean, I would maybe Attorney Barker, is that something that you could weigh in on or look into for us?
Yeah. It's a lot to digest.
Huh?
In terms of, and I can tell you there's a lot of, I'm a member of a lot of think tanks that are putting their heads together over this.
Also in this
resource.
Also in this resolution, it says that this does not apply to any rented properties. Does that mean our properties that we rent or properties that are rented from us? Because that would be the senior center and Parker Center.
Mm-hmm.
Which one? I'm sorry, which?
Resolve that this resolution shall not apply to property subject to an existing lease or agreement to which the city is a party and shall not be interpreted to interfere with any such lease or agreement to which the city is currently a party. That's, oh gosh, I don't know what number.
Yes, that's 21.
Okay. Okay, can we take a step back for 1 second? Okay, so the resolution as it stands, there are direct asks in it. It's like, what is there interest? Because maybe consensus building and passing this as is, right? Like in saying, we know that there are issues here, but this is what we want and what we believe, and we want to pass this. Or do we want to spend the rest of tonight trying to wordsmith this into the perfect document? Because that's not going to happen. Because there is no perfect answer. There is no right answer to this because that's legalese. And so I'm wondering if maybe our time.
Your eyes at me when you said that. That's what you rolled your eyes at me.
Not at you, just in the vicinity. No, okay. Because I think the spirit of this is based upon what we're when we vote are agreeing that we either support, believe, lift, or we don't. I know the situation that we've named now that it would put, staff in a potentially if things were to happen, and we have to be cognizant of that. But the reality is, do we want to say we don't want them here or not? And so I think we need to go back to pull ourselves out of the weeds of it and make a decision about what do we want to do with this, because there is not going to be a perfect you know, concoction of words that's gonna make this a catch-all for everything. I see you. Councilmember McLean, okay, yeah. Uh-huh.
Know how good your peripheral vision was, Mayor. I appreciate it. I thought so. Thank you. To answer your question, I would say I think this is time sensitive, given that we've had people snatched already in this city. And I'd like to move it forward in whatever form we can. As close to original as possible, with the understanding that we can also come back and bring it back and modify the resolution in the future. That's possible. We can make it stronger. We can clarify things. Anything is possible.
Putting something in place now because we need it now.
Yes, I think
Yeah.
that's right.
Councilmember Fellows?
Yeah, I just want to say this resolution is remarkably similar to the one that passed in Ann Arbor. It's really only missing installing physical barriers like key card access and locked gates, which might have been purposely removed because we lack parking lots with locked gates. So, you know, as it is, I support it. I was expecting to get an email from Mira specifically responding to this, but I didn't see one. So I agree that this could be changed in the future. I feel like maybe because we have more things on the agenda, I would like to move forward with this as it is now or close to how it is and expand on it later as needed. All that said, I do want to acknowledge that even with this type of action, which isn't nothing, it's still woefully weak in the context of the times. I mean, we have a rogue agency that's doing extrajudicial murders and kidnappings. It's, you know, above and beyond the law, and the law is not really functioning anymore. This is just really a vestiges of trying to interpret how we use the law when an agency doesn't adhere to it at all. So I would say, you know, we're in times where we might want to think above and beyond what is considered locally, state, or federally legal. You know, there is discussion of like, why wouldn't we use our enforcement to protect people from ICE? Why wouldn't we just barricade parts of the city to protect people from ICE even entering the city? And I think we are entering the era in which those discussions need to happen. You know, ICE is the modern day Gestapo, and there certainly are children that have been hiding for more than a year, probably writing from basements and attics. It's really just atrocious. I do believe that, you know, we can do things here like what we're doing today. That's great. But what it's going to take is going to be on the ground, local organizing. That is what it's going to take to actually fight the current situation at hand. And I just want to note that Councilmember Simmons and I, we are hosting a town hall tomorrow to talk about enforcement agency response and mostly bring neighbors together to be able to coordinate, you know, being connected and finding out like neighborhood level interventions to fighting ICE. So that is tomorrow at the Freight House at 6 p.m. if you're interested. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tucson, and then I see your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm comfortable with moving forward with this resolution as it is now, with the understanding that we can go forth in the future and make the tweaks as we flesh them out. So yeah, I'm a part of the consensus that this is okay for right now.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yes, I support that idea and bringing it back, because then we can also be clear about which clauses and some of that. And also to say that, you know, just like the last one that was around this supporting the state, I do see these as being part of a larger package and things. And there's other things that we're working on. Just to note too that I am planning to meet with folks in the prosecutor's office as well around some other policy pieces that I'd like to also have us consider, which is around being able to have something where ICE agents are actually prosecuted for breaking the law and doing some of the things that we're seeing happening. And so I agree that we need to be going further continually and like figuring some of things out. So anyway, just to say, I agree with that. And I think that there will be more things as there's more information as well.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I wanted to, I was trying to figure out a concise way to make the general statements to have the clerk and the city attorney replace the language in here, and it doesn't seem like that's possible. So I'm willing to move forward with this and to, excuse me, to the point that we are dealing with an agency that is disregards the law, disregards rights, and flagrantly does so. So we can state all this here, and that's fine. That gives us some recourse, but it doesn't change their behavior. They will do whatever they think they want to, and then we have to pick up the pieces afterwards. But this is at least a vehicle to have some standing in being able to do that. It's not going to change them doing what they're doing in the moment, but it gives us some recourse after the fact.
All right, thank you. So I feel like please call the roll. on the resolution.
The amended resolution. Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
You, Mayor Pro Tem, you have 039.
Resolution's title is Preserving Voting Rights and Access, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the City of Ypsilanti has a strong history of protecting the right to vote and ensuring that voting is safe and accessible for the 13,255 active registered voters residing in the city, and whereas Michigan voters overwhelmingly passed ballot proposal 2 of 2022, a slate of pro-voter ballot initiatives that provided voters with access to same-day registration, no excuse absentee voting, and in-person early voting. And whereas Michigan's investment in pro-voter policies and the commitment of our election officials to implement these changes have made our elections a point of national recognition and statewide pride, earning the state an A+ grade from the Institute for Responsive Government's election progress report in both 2023 and 2024. And whereas Americans for Citizen Voting and the Committee to Protect Voters' Rights, each group being committed to making it more difficult to vote, have begun circulating 2 ballot initiatives aiming to change the Michigan Constitution and require documentary proof of citizenship when Michigan citizens register to vote. And whereas such initiatives, by requiring voters to show a birth certificate or passport when registering to vote and requiring additional documents when casting one's ballot, would create red tape, increase confusion about the voter registration process, and create cost barriers for the more than 680,000 Michiganders who do not possess or lack easy access to these documents. And whereas similar proposals in other states have led to widespread disenfranchisement, with documentary proof of citizenship laws in Kansas blocking more than 30,000 residents from voting over the course of 2 years, despite the state's admission that over 99% of those blocked from voting were U.S. citizens, and whereas the initiatives would disproportionately impact married women, rural voters, people experiencing homelessness, and low-income voters, now therefore be it resolved that the City of Ypsilanti strongly opposes the ballot initiatives circulated by Americans for Citizen Voting and the Committee to Protect Voters' Rights, and urges voters to carefully consider the impacts of these ballot initiatives before they sign. And I so move.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen, supported by Councilmember McLean. All right, Councilmember Fellows?
Yes, I support this resolution. I just wanted to offer a friendly amendment to add to the last whereas clause, disproportionately impact married women, rural voters, people experiencing homelessness, transgender voters, and low-income voters. So just adding transgender voters as well.
I'm okay with that.
You all accept? All right, that's a friendly. Further comments or questions from council on that? All right, please call the roll.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
So much. Councilmember Tucson, you have 040.
Indeed. So resolution number 2026-040 resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas in 2025, the city was awarded a grant from the Michigan Department of Natural Resources funded by the Inflation Reduction Act for inventory of the trees in the city's rights of way, parks, and on the grounds of the city's facilities, as well as a tracking system, public education, and tree planting. And whereas Davy Resource Group presented a comprehensive bid at the lowest proposed cost for these services and is recommended by staff. And whereas this inventory will be fully funded by grant dollars, now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council approves the proposal submitted by Davy Resource Group in the amount of $36,735 for a tree inventory and management plan, and I so move.
Support.
Moved by Councilman Tucson, supported by Councilmember Simmons. Good evening, Director Westler.
Good evening, council. I'm just here if you guys have questions.
Folks have some questions for my name. Councilmember Simmons. Thank you.
Hello. I just had a couple of quick questions. Well, one quick question. Well, anyway, one of my questions was just with this contract with the grant, how much would we have in remaining funds? And if we already have ideas of
So we already have all of the projects scoped. So this takes us to about only 25% of the grant. We got awarded about $150,000 overall, but we have an entire scope plan.
Yeah, so it's like piece by piece what it would go to. Yep. Thanks. Okay. And then the other thing is just mainly a comment, which is I noticed in it that Davy is an employee owned since 1979. It says they are in the top 10 largest nationally companies for that. So just yay, kudos.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Just a question of, do we know what their company, what their employee-owned company is, actually means? Is it an ASOP? Is it a EBT? Is it, I didn't look this up, but this was smack dab in the middle of what I'm doing in my day job, so.
I did not dig into that, but I'm happy to reach out.
Okay. I can look it up on the grant.
Councilmember McLean?
Thank you, Mayor and Director. If I recall correctly, the chronology of the work is that they'll do the tree inventory first and I think complete that and then move into the management plan. So I wonder if you've got thoughts on having them come before us and talk about the results of the inventory before they do the management plan.
So that was not part of the scope, and generally speaking, in any sort of consultant engagement, having people present at public meetings tends to be rather expensive because they have to come out, they have to interact with boards, and you never know exactly what that looks like. We've had some meetings here which have discouraged consultants from coming in and speaking. It is something that I could ask them about, but the management plan, that I've seen, tends to be very pro tree, but pro management. So you're not going to get a management plan from them that says, golly gosh darn, all these gosh darn trees. You'll have zero risk if you get rid of all of them and everybody's happy. They like trees. They want trees to be planted. They want a diversity of trees to help with disease resistance. They want the right tree in the right place to minimize overall maintenance costs. They want all the things that we generally want and that are very common sense, technocratic type things to want. So they're not going to get up here and be like, you know what, we should really plant red buds because that's just my favorite tree. I've never seen that happen. So if you guys want a presentation, we can do that, but I'm not sure it would necessarily be a value add.
But it seems to me, Mayor, seems to me that as we've had private conversations and I'm sure we'll be having some public conversations as well about the idea of a forestry department, a forestry program. And this, of course, ties into it quite well. And I think there's value in the kind of interaction that might take place as we talk about what kind of a forestry program we create, that informs how they create a management plan. There may be elements of that. We talked about the idea of the urban mini forest, for example.
Yeah. I can speak with the consultant and see if they'd be willing to come out and do a presentation.
Thank you. Councilmember Fellows?
Yeah, I saw the plan's very detailed, and I liked the part where it talks about the benefits of the iTree management plan, where they're gonna highlight environmental, ecological, and economic benefits of trees in the analysis as well, talking about the improved air quality and sequestering and storing of carbon. So I'm really curious how that's going to be represented. If it's going to be by like individual tree,
You
or
look that up online right now. So if you have a tree in your front yard that you know is, 26 dBH and it's an oak and this and that and the other thing, you can plug that number in and it will actually give you a dollar amount, but it will also tell you, this tree sequesters so many pounds of carbon per year. This tree absorbs this much rainfall per year. Really fun facts like that. So there's like a public.
okay. Will this be in the report too?
I'm sorry.
Will this be in the report too about the tree inventory and analysis?
So, I don't think we plan to have any sort of, breakdown per tree, but it's easy to get to. It's an easy.
It mentioned that was part of the analysis, so I would be interested in seeing that kind of included in the report. And also in the management plan, I was curious about prioritizing native species of trees as much as possible. Because in prior, it seems like tree management plans, like certain species are very focused on. So I would just like to add that to the plan before they start doing their work.
Something we already work towards with street trees. There are some specific requirements, and we also look towards climate resilient species. So not necessarily just native to southeastern Michigan, but sometimes a little bit further south because of, the anticipated climate change. But that's absolutely a conversation we'll have with them.
Further questions for Bonnie? Comments? Love to see things that are paying for themselves. Yeah. Please call the roll.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Much. Councilmember Simmons, you have 042.
Whereas several of the stairways in our city parks are in need of work ranging from light to heavy maintenance, and whereas OHM advisors determined Shupke, yes, Consulting LLC to be the lowest responsive and responsible bidder for the project, and whereas the project will be funded from the parks capital account with overage paid from the parks operating contractual amount or account, now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council awards a contract to Shupke Consulting LLC for the park structural stairway repairs project in the amount of $180,000. Be it further resolved that the mayor and city clerk are authorized to sign this contract subject to the approval by city attorney, and any change orders may be approved by the city manager to facilitate completion of this work. And I so move.
Moved by Councilmember Simmons, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. Hello again, Director Fox.
Why, hello. I would love to hear your questions about this project.
All right. Councilmember Simmons.
I don't have a question. I was just really excited because I like to send Bonnie pictures of the stairs and things.
Scary
So
stairs.
I'm really excited about this and seeing it. And I know folks in the ward will also be really excited.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
I did have one question about the concrete steps in Frog Island. Those are the ones that go down from Cross Street.
Yeah.
Right.
No,
yeah.
no. They are the ones from both? Okay. All right. I remembered the railing and the other one. Sorry. So it'll be the ones for the canoe landing at the north end And then some smaller work, I believe, at the ones at the south end to the concrete bridge.
All right. Any other comments or questions? Other than hooray?
Hooray.
All right, please call the roll.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Councilmember Tucson, you have 043.
Indeed, resolution number 2026-043 resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas last spring, City Council approved significant repairs to the stormwater conveyance system to address several sinkholes in the northwest of the city, and whereas to prevent future problems, some additional work is recommended, and whereas the additional work is in one of the lengths of pipe, cutting protrusions into the pipe to prevent debris from building up, and now therefore be it resolved, that the Ypsilanti City Council approves the change order request for the storm infrastructure rehab project from Pipeline Management Company in the amount of $25,288, and I so move.
Support.
Moved by Councilmember Tucson, supported by Councilmember King and Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. I heard them both.
Good evening.
Hello again, Director Westler.
I do it all.
Yes, you do.
So as you know, stormwater control is pretty important in the city. We get a lot of rain and it likes to go places. Maintenance and prevention of future problems, is kind of a cool new thing we'd like to try out. So when Pipeline Management, went in to repair and, perform capital maintenance on a lot of our pipes, they noticed that some of the pipes had, protrusions within them. So where other pipes had been inserted into the main pipe, but they were sticking out. Now that causes different turbulence in the water, but most of all, things will build up on those protrusions. So they are proposing to go in and basically cut things flush, which we think is fantastic.
Great, thank you. Comments or Councilmember Fellows?
Yes, it says northeast or northwest parts of the city. So I was just curious where it is.
So this is in the repairs that were performed last spring. So this is Elm Street, this is Roosevelt Street, this is, oh, there's another one. What's the third one? Congress? It wasn't Congress.
Whittier hasn't been done.
No, Whittier's the big one that we think is going to be really expensive. This is the concrete. It was the Roosevelt because it was the separated cone. Elm had 3 spots in it.
Oakwood.
Nope, Oakwood is coming up. It's naming the 7 dwarves, except there's
Not Cornell.
It's not Cornell.
Oh, gosh.
All
All right, we're just,
right.
I don't think
whittling
there's
down?
one on Cornell yet.
he's gonna will it down until we
Yeah,
get
it's
to the
listed
answer.
there.
Okay.
It's
Yeah,
in there
shoot,
somewhere.
Until we get to it.
And just to clarify, so this is basically a change of scope for the project originally. Is this going to be an additional or is it just?
This is an additional 25,000 and change, yeah.
Okay.
Here, there's one at the corner of Cortland and there's one up the hill. There's a whole section.
Well, there's the series that are behind, what is it,
Huffington.
1820 there and the apartments, yeah. I count that as one mentally because it's all the same problem.
Oh,
That's a good one.
right at the nick of time. Thank you.
Stand on.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean, Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yeah.
Councilmember Fellows.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Much. Councilmember King, you have 044.
Whereas in the summer and fall of 2025, city staff sought out quotes to upgrade the existing security camera and access control systems to install a security camera system at the Ypsilanti Freight House and to update the camera system at the police station to come in conformance with the accreditation standards. And whereas each building has unique needs and was quoted separately. And whereas Detection Systems and Engineering of Troy had the most competitive quote with $30,800 for City Hall, $10,756 for the Freight House, and $27,000 $23 at the police department for a total of $68,579. And now therefore be resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council approves the quotes from Detection Systems and Engineering for facility security upgrades and the total amount of $68,579. I so move.
Support.
Moved by Councilmember King, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. Hello again.
Why, hello.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions about this one?
Councilmember Fellows.
Yes. Um, so looking at the letter from November 17th, 2025, it looks like that BSC was offering 3 different systems. One is PDK, which is a company that uses a cloud system and would have like a yearly renewal service for that. And then the next one was DSX, which would be the no recurring subscription plan on-premise solution. And then also Hanwha for video surveillance. So I'm just curious if what we're voting on is zeroing in on a particular strategy or
So you are voting on the cloud-based solution. The Hanwha cameras are cameras for either of those 2 systems. So the local-based system is not a good system for City Hall because we don't have a strong electrical system to support it. We don't have a good place to keep the servers, all of that stuff. We could make it work, but it would be unpleasant, and then we don't have on-hand IT staff to kind of keep it as updated as we would like. A cloud-based system is a lot easier on the maintenance side of things, and of course, you don't have to keep it on-prem. So we are putting before council the cloud-based solution.
Oh, I have to say I'm totally against the cloud-based solution. I'm also curious as to why this became a priority because I see that it was started to be discussed last year, but didn't come before council, and it's discussing adding surveillance to the Freight House, which I also find questionable. So if what I would suggest is adjusting this to not add surveillance to the Freight House and for the surveillance system upgrades for it to be the in-house, no subscription plan, no cloud system because of the security risks presented with surveillance systems that can be either, FOIA or subpoenaed by other governmental agencies or just hacked into. So I don't support the cloud, and I would request to make an amendment to this resolution for a different option.
So the camera system here would actually still be connected to the internet. All of them would be. And they would still be, of course, subject to FOIA and subpoenas to whatever extent of the law it would be.
I was told by the city manager that it's not.
So the actual security system itself is not FOIAble, how it's set up, but the actual recordings, yes, it's FOIAble. Except at the police department, that you would need a subpoena.
Advocate for a closed loop system for the issues that I named and for it to not be at the Freight House. Also, an explanation as to why this is coming before.
So generally speaking, projects take a long time to get through the pipeline because our pipeline is constrained. We have a lot of capacity constraints. This actually coming before you now, having been started in November, is almost rocket fast for us, honestly.
But we didn't request it.
It has been it is a common practice in almost every government agency, and it became a particular priority at the police station due to the accreditation process that they are going through. At the Freight House, it became an issue because of several larcenies that had taken place in the building. And then with City Hall, the existing camera system has some issues that really the best way to address them is to replace them.
to amend this to using a closed loop system, the quoted DSX package, as well as not installing cameras at the Freight House.
Support.
By Councilmember Fellows, supported by Councilmember King. Clerk Joe, did you get that?
Yes.
All right, discussion on the amendment. Councilmember McLean?
Just like to hear from the director what the impact of that might be.
So as I said, we don't actually have staff who are able to maintain a closed loop system. We don't have our own IT staff. We contract with DuPont. All of the maintenance would fall to them. Such a system would actually end up being less secure because we would not be able to perform the downloads, the updates, and all of the needed maintenance for such a system in a timely and accurate fashion. From a physical standpoint, the location of it would likely also be quite a bit less secure than a cloud-based solution. That I think is secondary to the interconnection stuff.
Councilmember McLean?
I appreciate that, and I dare say the amendment moves perilously close, in my opinion, to us micromanaging and going beyond the role of this council. I'll oppose it.
Councilmember Fellows?
Cloud-based surveillance systems face significant hacking risks. This is being shown over and over again with people's residential cameras, with government cloud-based cameras. It is not something to hand wave away as a problem. And, you know, I understand that convenience is built into subscription-based services, but it's actually also extremely costly in the long run. And we get into situations of vendor lock-in, where once you're in there and you're using their subscription-based thing, it's more difficult to get out of it if we want to in the future. So I do caution this council to think a little bit wisely about this, about both the risks, because again, this was not a council initiated project. So I'm questioning it at all that is coming before us. But if it's something that staff wants, it should at least be reflective of the values and the desires of the residents of the city, which is totally against surveillance. So definitely don't support anything at the Freight House, and is, you know, one where we're trying to be fiscally responsible to the residents who pay very high taxes. So for those reasons, I think it's foolish to support a cloud-based subscription service.
Thank you. Councilmember Simmons?
So just a couple of questions. I did have a similar question about kind of how this came to be, and whether there were some instances where it showed that the cameras were needed. So it sounds like here we already have cameras, so it's just updating the ones that we have. It seems like the police station also already has cameras, but those also needed to be updated. The Freight House is a space where it would be an additional set of cameras.
Yep.
And so, and you're saying that the reason that that was being added was due to some specific instances?
Yep, there were 3 instances of larceny from the building, and
Of city owned.
1 of city-owned property and 2 of personal property from some of the guests. We've also had guests report feeling unsafe, generally in the area outside and around. There's only 3 cameras that are actually being proposed at the Freight House, which is why the price is so low. This is really just a building security system, not a surveillance system. These aren't going to be fancy dancy cameras that are backed by Rings, whatever latest awfulness they have.
I have 2 questions around the cost of the different processes. So one, for the closed loop one, is that you were saying that there's the space requirements and IT requirements. So then if we were to do that with DuPont, that would likely increase that contract, but that might be a possibility.
That is something we would have to negotiate with them. It's not something that's come up in any scope negotiations with them. I
Mhm.
don't think it is something that they have any sort of specialization in.
So it might have to be a different company to do that. And so that would come with the cost. And then for the cloud-based system, is it possible for us within our contract to put in some parameters around how it can be used or how the information can be shared?
It would be our information. That's the default. It is our information, and we would only share it with whom we chose to.
But the company that is holding that contract or managing the cloud base wouldn't be able to share it.
It's not theirs to share, no. I mean, it's kind of like if you're storing your stuff at your friend's house, and tell me if I'm going completely off label with some of these analogies. Your friend isn't able to loan out your bike, but if the cops come to get your bike, they're going to get out of the way. And if a tree falls on the shed that has your bike in it, you know, that's tough, and their insurance is probably going to cover it. It's kind of similar with this situation. They're holding on to our data for us. They do not have any ownership rights of that data.
In the Freight House, if you could talk a little more about what areas these cameras would surveil and how would that affect the sheltering when that is in place, because we don't want to make them feel like they're being criminalized. And then you mentioned it was one for city-owned property and 2 guests. Does that mean we're going to be turning over our camera findings to the guests if they have something that come up missing?
With a police report, any sort of surveillance footage would, or I'm sorry, camera footage would go to the police,
Surveillance.
part of the report. We wouldn't just be like, hey, here's the camera, let's take a look at it. There are 3 cameras proposed, 1 in the Great Hall, 1 in the cafe area, and 1 to the main entrance.
Because you had mentioned outside.
The main entrance is outside.
To the sheltering people to see how that would affect.
I have not talked to any prospective tenants or current tenants.
Councilmember Simmons?
The other question I have is, so the way this is set up, it's, there's the 3 different ones. So, it is possible that we could separate them out. Like, we don't have to do all 3 at once.
And sorry, to go back to something that I missed, we can also turn off the cameras. So that is something that we can arrange on something with that maybe has a longer residency like UMS or the shelter. It's really easy for us to unplug them.
My brain is like trying to digest. And so also, so with that, is it that these instances that you're naming of why the Freight House is being considered was during some other kind of engagements?
Oh, they were not during the shelter. It was all over the summer. Yeah.
Or do you have we're talking about a current amendment right now, right? Right. Just so I can keep a standard okay, so I'll hold off on what I was gonna.
Hold on one second. Councilmember Tucson?
Yeah, I just have one quick question, and it may have been touched on in the document, but the cameras that are being proposed to be installed at the Freight House, are they stationary? Or are they like PTZ, pan, tilt, zoom? Or
I actually don't remember off the top of my head. I've looked at a lot of cameras.
thank you.
I would just say, I would think it's not safe, especially when we have the shelter there, we have children there, I just think that's not safe. So I also would opt out for the Freight House.
Is to use a closed loop system, the one that was quoted, I think that was BSX, and not at the Freight House.
Oh,
Removing the cameras at the Freight House.
it was both things?
Both things, yes.
Oh. Okay, wait, I'm trying to BSX. I'm trying to figure out which one that was.
DSX. Can I suggest maybe reframing that so a way to go with the on-premises based solution for the city hall rather than a cloud-based, rather than naming a brand?
Yeah, it's just the one that was named in their quote, but yeah, that's fine, just as long as it's a closed loop on-premise system.
If we go, if this amendment passes and we go with a closed loop system, what does that mean for next steps? So you have to bid this, or would you just go?
Possible. None of these were actually closed loop systems. So from what I understand, you are saying when you were talking about a closed loop system, you were talking about something that has no connection to the internet.
No, that's not how that works. It's just that it's an on-premise solution with no recurring subscription plan. It's not cloud-based storage. Yeah.
Closed loop system, when I often hear it talked about, means no connection to the internet whatsoever. So if there is an alarm at this building, or let's say if there's an alarm at DPW, I can hop on the cameras and take a look and see whether it is the cleaners trying to get in and say, okay, don't send the police, versus, hey, that is something weird, please send the police. Or, rather than having to go up there myself into who the heck knows what. That's the other thing with the Freight House also, is that we have a significant number of false alarms there.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about a cloud storage surveillance system. So on-site server with no recurring subscription plan, on-premise solution.
Just so I can be clear on this too. So with what is being proposed, this is just the installation of the cameras, but based on what Councilmember Fellows is saying, is that there would be an ongoing cost for the cloud services.
There's an ongoing cost no matter what you do anytime you add anything, because then you have to maintain it. So there would be a subscription cost for the cloud. For the other solution, I believe there is a, not every year, but a subscription cost or an annual renewal fee for the software.
That's for the closed loop one.
That is for the non-cloud based solution, yes.
Okay, so I should stop. You're saying you're trying to make a distinction between closed loop and.
Just for my own mental.
So we're talking about the cloud-based versus non-cloud-based. Non-cloud-based, we would have to have a server on site, and then we would need to have services to maintain those.
Yep, we'd have to have electrical work done in order to actually get a proper power.
So I guess a question I have based on some of these pieces, which to me, I would like to see kind of a cost comparison between these different options to best understand what that would mean in terms of the ongoing longer term costs outside of the installation.
Yeah, that was what my question was leading toward when I was asking, does it have to be rebid, if there are other pieces that we have to consider along with this in terms of cost if we chose a non-cloud based system.
So then what is the time, is it like the time range for this? Because if that's the case, I would move to postpone.
Yeah, because electrical work, that would have to be done.
Yes, so if council does want to switch the systems, we would need to rebid this to give each company the opportunity to change their scope of work.
We actually already gave them two in the walk around. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so they'll.
They would just have to have the opportunity to bid on it.
They've already had the opportunity, but yeah,
But with the closed system?
with the on-prem based system, yes.
Yeah, it's in the,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's in the quote.
Okay.
yeah. If council feels more comfortable postponing this to get more information, I'm supportive of that. It is detailed in this letter, page 1 of 8 DSC proposal of, they're pitching a cloud-based solution as option 1, on-premise solution option 2, and then a camera that they recommended for the system. So, I don't believe this needs to be rebid based on all the materials that I read. It was just a matter of choosing which system we want, and I am saying we should choose an on-premise solution. It says right here, no recurring subscription plan, and there's an installation, there's a couple of parameters for that. Yes, there needs to be system updates and maintenance, but that's not going to be on the same frequency and the same necessarily cost as a subscription plan that has vendor lock-in, which usually comes with increasing costs year over year. So that's what I'm advocating for. And, if we want to postpone this, I will retract my amendment.
Yeah, I think my thing isn't so much about the installation of the options, but the actual cost that we would have to do in order to make it work.
Upgrade our own electrical systems and. the things
And then
that we
have the technical assistance in order to maintain.
So can I recommend a third course of action?
Sure.
So I haven't heard any questions about the police department upgrades. It sounds like everybody thinks that's pretty straightforward. So do I. I'm biased. We can separate that out for City Hall. Do you want to hear more about the cost between the on-prem and the cloud-based? We can find that out. And I can bring that back. And then with Freight House, you're interested in hearing more about the particulars of what would be observed. And then also, sounds like maybe from some of the precipitating events as well. So I can put together information on all of that for you guys. Bring those two back separately, and we could move forward with at least one piece of this. No.
What, is it just replacement of cameras then?
It is different. It is
the whole-
upgrading. It's like
Yeah.
15 years out of date. So there is a lot of back end work that's going on too, but it is an on-premises system.
They already have a current on-premises system, right, in that.
The non-on-prem is, so it's that one is already the non-cloud based service.
Yeah, it's on-premise.
But then the one at City Hall and the one at the Freight House were being.
We're looking for cloud-based.
And with the Freight House, it is strictly space considerations. You'd have to fight the mops for room.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think that right now folks want more information. Are we still there or are we not? Because I think we're spending a lot of time.
Has the amendment been withdrawn?
I would like to hear if there's consensus around postponement.
Councilman King?
So I would like to table or postpone this because my priority is making sure the unhoused population feels safe. We know cameras do not make people that are already unhoused, not stable. That does not make them feel safe. So that is definitely my concern, and I would like to table it.
Well, we have an amendment on the floor. Are there other comments or do you want to vote on the amendment? Because the amendment is also on the floor. You can't table this with an open amendment on the floor. Councilmember McLean?
Like to, I think if I understood your comment correctly, Bonnie, pull out the police portion and move that forward.
We have an amendment on the table, so we have to make something happen with that. Either remove it from the table or vote on it before we can do anything else. Member Tim?
I'm in favor of moving forward with the police department and tabling the other for more information.
All right, that's enough. I will withdraw my motion for now.
Seconder was Councilmember King.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So we're back to the original resolution. So if someone would like to make a motion. Sure.
I would move forward with the system that is as defined for the police department and table consideration of the Freight House and city hall options until next meeting or a time to be determined. Bonnie?
Point of order.
Councilmember?
I believe that constitutes two separate motions, and I think probably I'll defer to the
You have
city
to
attorney.
define the date on which you are going to reconsider or bring the tabled matter back up for consideration.
Can you give us feedback on, okay, do we just need to say we want to move forward with the police department?
Yes.
And then Bonnie can bring back something else with the
Yes.
others? That's it, okay. Is that your motion?
That is my motion.
Okay, is there support? Supported by Councilmember Tucson. So the motion is that we move forward with the portion with the police department. Discussion.
Where is that in the paperwork? So can you point it out? And because I don't see a separation of a different system.
So the police station did not get a cloud-based solution quoted at all because of their accreditation requirements. And so their server setup is completely different.
I just don't see it in the literature that was provided.
All right, can I make this more specific?
Yes, please. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I move to amend the resolution in the third whereas clause to remove the language most competitive quote $1,023 at the police department for a total of $27,023. And now therefore be it resolved that this Ypsilanti City Council approves the quote from Detection Systems and Engineering for facility security upgrades to the police department in the amount of $27,023.
Kind of already had the motion.
It's a
before,
friendly.
but it's a friendly, so sure. Okay, does that work, Attorney Barr or Clerk Boudreaux or whomever can answer that question?
He can friendly as
Barker, sorry, I'm so sorry.
you got it half right.
Please.
There's an additional syllable on it.
Sorry.
After 43 years.
It's been like 10 of me saying Barker, so I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. My bad. Okay, discussion on the amendment. Anything? If I see no hands, I'm gonna please call the roll, Clerk Boudreaux.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
No.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Keep track of where we are.
This is just the
police amendment.
for just the police department.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
The amendment passes.
All right, we're on the amended resolution. Any further discussion? Please call the roll.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Mayor Brown, Councilmember Fellows, Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
The amended motion passes.
Thank you. Dr. Wesley, do you know what folks are looking for the other?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
I move to extend the meeting until 11 o'clock.
Or
Moved and supported to extend to 11 o'clock. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Whoa. I might have to call a roll the way you all are.
That's enough.
The way you all are voting out here. It was only two people. I heard the voices. Okay. Moving on. Next we have our discussion to decide on the nomination process for the members of the Citizens Committee for Water Street redevelopment. All right. Oh. Oh, okay, the resolution comes out. There, okay. All right.
I have to use the restroom too. Can we take a recess? Are we moving forward?
Would be in favor of that. 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Recess.
Thank you.
Not a problem. I need to go too.
It's not a bad idea.
I mean, I've just, I've been up a long time.
Yep.
I move for everyone.
Yeah.
I try to at least.
Again.
Okay. Thank you for that. What's that here? Oh, he said some other- Okay. I guess.
Pause it again.
I don't. Yeah, sorry.
That's all right.
We paused for folks to be here for the discussion, so. All right, I'm gonna call the meeting back to order. And we are at letter, I don't know if it's H anymore, but the discussion on the nomination process for the Citizen Committee for Water Street. All right, the floor is open. Councilmember Fellows.
Yeah, I wanted to add this discussion since we hadn't prior to this meeting really decided on what process we would do to select committee members, and I'm sure I wasn't the only one that was uncertain about how we might go about this. I know, for our other committees, we've been doing one by one nominations via vote of the mayor or 2 city council members. But I also remember from previous CBA committees that sometimes folks were chosen in discussion by consensus or a slate. And so I thought it would be useful to at least have some time to discuss how we want to approach this, given the different processes and the tremendous interest in the committee. And so how I might want to start the discussion is just that I want to approach this with the greatest amount of buy-in from, council members, so that council members feel good about the committee and committee's ability to do this big project, this big work. And so the things that I am considering for the selection process is hopefully something that combines both the community participation meeting, which by resolution does require us to pick at least 3 people from that meeting. There was a straw poll conducted at that meeting, so about 30 members of the public were there towards the end of the meeting and voted for other members of the public that were planning to apply. Not everyone that got voted on ended up applying, but most people did. So that consideration being one, as well as some kind of close to consensus between council as well, because the straw poll method is what I've heard called like a version of ranked choice voting. I'm trying to find the specific word for it. That basically is called like a approval-based ranked choice voting, where everyone gets to vote however many times for everyone that is interested, and the folks that have the most consensus are the ones that are appointed to a body. So that type of selection is it's strong in that it demonstrates broad consensus. So that's one way to approach this. The other consideration is that, approaching it from the broad consensus gives us less work too, in that, we're not talking about individuals and reasons why we would or wouldn't support them. It just takes work off of us because the public has already kind of weighed in to a degree. So those are some considerations. I am curious as to if everyone had enough time to look at all the applications and review the video, because a lot of the folks that made their bid for this commission during the meeting, spoke to some length about why their experience, their relevant expertise, and their goals, and then did a very short application on the online version. So I am wondering if there's been enough time for council members to kind of review every single candidate as much as they need. And so that's maybe where I would start with this conversation, is that I'm interested in seeing if we might approach this with some broad consensus in mind and maybe use something like ranked choice voting for determining who might get on this committee, if not tonight, in the next meeting.
Councilmember Simmons?
Yes, thank you. There were a couple of things I want to note, so I did add the straw poll to the list that we have. I think one of the things is that, so there's 11 folks that were included in the straw poll and at least 18 people who applied who weren't considered at that meeting. So I think like for it to fully be really like the ranked choice, it would be really being able to consider all of the folks. I did know, I said 18 because I'm also counting, for instance, Cheryl Farmer, who also applied but wasn't on this list. I know we did get that. That was one that our city manager sent us, right?
She sent a resume but did not apply. So she didn't fill out an application.
Oh, so it wasn't enough. Okay. I thought that was
Because that was before the process was even out there, right? Did she
Right.
say that or no?
Yes, she sent it before the meeting happened before, so she did not apply.
okay. All right. Well, then 17. I thought that was her trying to apply by the paper form, but okay, so I'll take that off. The other thing I'll just note, which before I name it like a process piece, but as part of this, within what we're looking at is also like the spread across the wards. So there was big discrepancies, and I'm not quite sure, I was trying to guess at it, but just to name that the column that says ward you live in is almost all incorrect. I went through, some of the people I know, just because I know where they live, not to be creepy, in terms of what ward, and it's not just about what ward, like that they might have rented somewhere and lived somewhere else, because some of them I know for a fact voted in Ward 3 just because I talked to them at the polls. So I'm not sure whether it was the precinct or whatever, but almost all of them are incorrect. Even to the fact of one of the people here who's here. Oh, yeah, like Jeremy who's here, it lists that he's in Ward 1, but he often says he's in the township. So that's just one. But almost all of them. So I wrote down what ward people actually are in. Some of them, one of the people is listed as Ward 3, but I'm like, but they also put City Hall as their address. So, that's not it's not in Ward 3, nor
That's a homeless person.
yeah. So I had that, like, I know that one, but I'm just naming like that the ward doesn't match. So it should be just like empty, if that makes sense. Like it wouldn't be a person representing Ward 3 per se.
Where they're registered.
Oh, I understand. Okay. So that's helpful. So that's helpful to have that clear, because I was unclear about where they would have been registered, only because the other ones are also incorrect, if that's making sense. That's why I put a question mark there, because I know that situation, but these other ones have folks listed that's separate. Not only is it different from what they put in their applications, but some of them I know are incorrect in other ways. So that's something that we'll need to figure out. at some point so that if we're looking at it by, if we have questions of it by representation across the city, we'll have to just consider some of that. So I did make the list of what they put in their applications here.
Did that. I didn't look at what was here. I put down what I knew from the addresses.
Mm-hmm. And then the last thing I would just say in terms of process is I wonder, I'm interested in the idea of maybe doing it by like a ranked choice, but maybe we could do, if we could come to some consensus, like a way to narrow the field, like see where people are, like what folks, like if people are like really interested in looking more deeply at certain people or something so that we can narrow it down to then do more of a ranked choice voting. I would like that. So it's not on the whole 30, whatever names or 27 names that we have. No, 38 names that we have, 38 names that we have, but we can do it on a smaller set. So maybe we could go through and just get like a quick poll from us, straw poll of like, yes, we want to consider these, and it might be more than the 8, but then we can do the ranked choice voting on those.
Councilmember King?
And I would say, I know one of Council Member Fellows' first question was, you know, do we feel prepared to make this decision tonight? And with some of the information that Councilmember Simmons just said, I would say, no, I'm not ready to make a decision tonight, because while the applications are there, looking at the sheet, knowing some of this information was incorrect, because again, some of the people that are marked as Ypsi Township actually live in the city of Ypsilanti. And I didn't have time to continue to go through the applications. I just wanted to look at this sheet. That's why we had it in a central place. So for me, I would like to maybe narrow down the process of how we would select, but not make those selections per se tonight.
Mayor Pro Tem?
A question for the clerk. The spreadsheet that was passed out, is that information correct in terms of the wards? I don't have that sheet in front of me. So I'm looking at this and going, okay, I know that one person listed they lived in Ward 4. And I know that's not on here. And I see that person on here and they're not registered. Right? So it's like, okay, but there's a ward for this. And I'm wondering if this is correct. And sorry, I don't have that up. I don't have it there, but I assumed that all of that had been put into here.
And that was my belief as well, that it is accurate. And I can't speak to if it's not or why it's not. I'd have to go through and look at the data. My belief was that they were both accurate.
Just
Sorry.
emailed it to council. It should be at the top of your inboxes.
Other comment is, you know, there are various people that have applied that were at the meeting that did not stay for the whole meeting for the straw poll. And so to weight that straw poll, to me, it overrepresents the 20-some people that were here versus the other people that put forward a significant statement in the application itself. You know, I was at that meeting. I watched all of that. You know, various people got up and left during that. You know, somebody at the very beginning, when they found out about the straw poll. I'm not saying that I agree with that or not, but I know there were lots of people here that have applied, were not part of that straw poll, and to have 20 people have a greater weight in the say of who's on this commission or this committee seems unfair to the other people. So I am in favor of ranked choice voting, but I don't consider that straw poll to be a valid instance of that being executed.
Councilmember McLean?
A few comments. One, I think I've in some ways echoed Mayor Pro Tem's comments about the straw poll. I think to me, it's one more data set. It's one more something to be considered, but along with other things like expertise or background, et cetera. Secondly, while I, in theory, like the idea, the concept of ranked choice voting, with a whole lot of candidates, that's a whole lot of work. And it will, I have no idea if our current clerk has a background doing ranked choice voting, but the way it works is the individual, the last person on the list falls off, you redistribute their votes, and then you do it again and again and again. I don't think it's practical. I think it's actually a little wacky
Yeah.
for this process, right? So I mean, it's got value, but I don't think that we're prepared to do that. And so the last comment that I would make is there's different ways to do this, but one of the ways is the way we select people for commissions and other things is we put forward names and people vote, and if they've got a majority, they're on. Whether we all come to this, I suspect, with maybe some similarities, but some different criteria that we're going to use for grading all of these candidates and who is appropriate and who's not appropriate for each of our own reasons being based on our own values. And I'm not sure I like the idea of a consensus as well, but I think I like it more in theory than I do in practice for this. So the final comment I'll make is, we've talked about this process. We've talked about this process taking a good long time. The total of one delay after another. I think am I correct in the schedule was that we would select tonight? Isn't that the plan?
That's what was.
We just keep pushing that decision back and another position. And you all heard my comments, and some of you thought it was impolite or impolitic or something like that, but that I'm going to be dead before I see any development on Water Street.
Say it again.
I had to say it again. But let's move this process. Pitt citizens have been around here for a long time know that we've been talking about it for 20 years. And I know a good number of them are tired of it.
Thank you. Councilmember Fellows, I see your hand.
Yeah, I want to just directly respond. I'm not actually proposing ranked choice. I maybe didn't explain myself well. I am proposing a process that sometimes people refer to it as approval, but it is just a broader consensus-based process where we just do basically go through the list of names, raise our hand if we support there's any support for that candidate, and that will narrow down the stream of the pool. And whoever has we vote on every person, and whoever has the most votes down the line gets on the committee, and that would be like a more consensus based approach, and less complicated than ranked choice voting, because it's not going to go to instant runoff where the person that didn't get over 50% gets knocked out, and then the second place, all that. I agree would be a little bit burdensome, though a fun experiment, unnecessary for this situation where I think there's a pool of candidates. There's 7 of us. We will use our different lenses for the situation and put support behind certain people, and hopefully there's some folks that will have broad consensus on, and they will be the ones that are on the committee.
So with that, I wonder, I guess this would be in the next part as we're discussing. So if I'm understanding, is that we would just go down the line one by one and do our own basically do a tally and see where that lands us, to see if that gives us more than if it's like, 8 people get 7 votes, then those are our 8. But if it's whatever, but that we'll kind of go through that, and that might help us narrow down. So it might be a first through, we might wind up with half of the list, and then we might do it again, but maybe with trying to get to 8. So we'll just go through them and get a sense of tally. And that we'll go from there in the process, and then we'll have to figure out how we'll do any kind of, what is that called? Tiebreakers. So I guess maybe that would be the next thing around like what might be our tiebreakers if we wind up with, a list of people that basically have 4 votes. So
We have to vote on that group again.
yes. But maybe we could think about, like, to me, part of it, like within the legislation that we're basing it off of, part of it is also the spread, the diversity of the group, some of those different considerations when thinking about them as a full group. So whether that helps to get the spread, whether it's ward location or whatever. So like how we might do those tiebreakers.
And that's one question I was going to ask. Are we doing at least 2 members from each ward?
It's the discussion time to make those choices.
That would be ideal. I think that would be a target. We might not hit it perfectly, but that would be the target in my mind.
I would like that. Sorry.
Starting with at least 2, then there could be like 2 others that would go between the wards and or be external, because that could be up to 2 people, I think, that are external to the city.
I mean, then that wouldn't, the way that,
But I'm
like,
just-
going down the list of like voting, but then also by ward, that wouldn't work together if we do it that way. You know what I mean? If we do it. Because
Well, that's why I was saying it might be the tiebreakers of trying to
Oh.
determine.
by location.
Yeah, like that should be one of the criteria when we look at it after we do the.
Bring the names down to a smaller
Yeah.
group.
Because I don't think that we're gonna go down and automatically get to 8. Maybe we would.
Stranger things have
I don't
yeah.
big number, I think.
Okay, further discussion, Councilmember Key?
I would just say too, of course, I don't want to keep waiting, but I want to make sure we make the right decisions. And if that does call for us to take more time to pick these individuals, I'm not opposed to that.
The night that we do this. The keeping with the timeline, the proposed timeline, albeit very flexible timeline. Let's do another loaded agenda.
And then we get to everything to say.
You don't know, we don't know yet, right?
All right.
Councilmember Fellows?
Yeah, I guess I will just say during this discussion, I'm feel comfortable at least moving through like each name to see if we can scope it down to at least a first list. And then see if we want to move forward after that.
I would say I would prefer if, to move through this tonight. The other piece of it, I think, for me is that we spent a lot of time crafting, albeit like you said, this flexible schedule, but we spent a lot of discussion crafting that. And I think we should honor that because we spent time doing that. So I came prepared, to go through these names. I figured we would go through all of them at some point, honestly, and get to some consensus tonight. So that's a vote.
2 minutes.
Okay.
And I'm just wondering, so what consensus will we get to tonight? Picking the names or just scoping through and taking off 10? What exactly? Just so I'm
We have a
clear.
resolution on the table after this discussion to appoint them. So I came prepared to do that. I think that we have a lot of options and I think that we all if we go through this the way that one of the two ways, like I said, whether I was prepared to move names forward like we do other boards and commissions, and or go down the list, because I figured those two things would be options. So I'm prepared to do that. And I think that we should do that personally. You know, to move this along. You know, people spent time in that meeting, people spent time applying. We spent time ourselves preparing a process and going back and revamping that process to make it feel good for us, as well as what the community is expecting. And I think at some point we have to keep moving and like honor the decisions that we're making, and not spend time lamenting on perfection rather than doing what we have information. So yeah, that's our sentence.
Just for point of clarification, for starting this process to go through each name, would that be what we do now as part of the discussion, or would that be what we do in the next part?
I would say,
That we could do it during the discussion.
Yeah.
We bring forward a group.
So then we can bring forward, yeah.
Yes.
So, yeah,
Mhm.
I would love to start that if we're gonna do that.
Councilmember Fellows, I see your hand.
yeah, I mean, I get the impression that people want to do, or a lot of people want to move on this tonight. I am prepared to do that. So, you know, I don't personally feel the necessity of getting this now, besides March 3rd, unless we knew there was going to be a really heavy schedule. But I am prepared to do that tonight, and I think using the discussion is the perfect time to kind of start mapping that out. So I guess the one thing I would say is that when each person is named, since there was the comments about the ward, and you know, residency and various things, I think it should be okay for council members that have knowledge of it to like state clarifying information. So if someone's, oh, yes.
As I'm going through them, and it does appear that their ward is wrong, I apologize. Don't know how that happened.
Speaking sheet is correct though.
Good.
Yeah, because I can pick out. I know. Yeah.
Okay, well, we should announce
I'm
the
working.
correct information as we're going down the list.
You add that Ed Charisma's name is not in this sheet?
On the new spreadsheet, the spreadsheet we just got, the new one,
I think it is.
The end.
isn't that at the bottom?
Is it?
No,
Close the file.
no, it's not. It's on the other one. I think.
I apologize.
This is the same one that I had.
Hmm.
I just checked that by that and it's not.
Yeah, he's on the one that has
one at
the
the end, yeah.
incorrect wards on it, but not on the spreadsheet.
So we can go through,
This one?
he can still be included.
He's not on this.
Yeah. Okay, so we can use this list to go down the names, but know that
The wards are on the spreadsheet.
Give me a second.
his ward is actually correct on this one too. So
That's
this
in
was
the packet.
this is
That's
in
in the
that.
packet. Yeah, that's in the packet attached to the discussion on ARPA.
Going down the list though.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Wait,
Folks want to look at so.
yeah, quick
Okay.
question. So what I had just asked Tracy, if the spreadsheet could be printed out for me, y'all know I do like paper, so I can write on it and see, especially if we are saying we are prioritizing wards. I want to be able to see without continuously scrolling up and down, how many residents do we have in Ward 1? How many residents do we have in Ward 2 and 3? So for me, that's how, me personally, I would want to see it. So we are prioritizing that. That is how we do other committees. And I would like to do the same thing for this committee to make sure we have people from the entire city.
And so, sorry, I just lost my, I don't know what else.
You're right.
That's number 7.
Wonder if if it could be both things. So if the first round, we're just going through it as like where people would support folks. If we can start with that, but know that once we get at the next level, that we can then make sure that we have ward representation. And if we don't, I don't imagine that we wouldn't, given the spread and like there's so many options for each ward. But if it does seem like, oh, we somehow only have one Ward 3 person, that we can then reconsider. But just, I mean, I guess I mainly am just wanting us to start as it's in 17.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if we could start there and then we can try to see if we can get the information somehow.
I think it's important to start to whittle this down so that we can get a clear scope of what we have to make a final decision. So let me ask this question to Clerk Boudreaux. I'm sorry, you're like deep in thought over there. Because we're not technically voting, would you prefer that we do our own tallying?
I'll tally.
You're
I can
tallying
do
for
that.
us? Okay.
Absolutely.
Just, because this is not official votes and I don't want it to be
No, I'm
viewed as such or convoluted as such.
absolutely willing to.
All right. Oh. Are folks comfortable with us going down the list right now?
What are the parameters for us? Each of us have only a certain number of
Nope.
votes or?
Nope, you're just saying you would move this person to the next
Yep.
spot or not.
How many times did you want?
Yep.
Got it.
Yep, you can raise your hand if you want to move them forward. All right. It sounds like we're ready.
So we're going to start, just go down alphabetically.
Yeah,
Jordan Adema.
sure, because I think the one that you're using alphabetically has like Ed Charisno on it and all that. Every name is on this one.
I hope so.
Okay. Yep, sure.
Okay, we're going to do a show of hands. Jordan Adema. Prefer that I sort of give you the
Oh.
numbers we're going?
Too late. No.
Oh, okay. Jeremy Haley. Did I do it okay?
You did.
Sorry,
Oh,
hands
sorry.
up.
Sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, wow. Andrew Pierce.
Andrea.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
good.
Andrea
Pierce.
Pierce. Was Outaway? Applicants.
Can we just check the audio? The audio.
Make sure
Yeah.
Yeah, it's working.
working.
Okay. Someone did email and say it wasn't.
The captions are working.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So where do you want to start? We've got one.
Do we have any with 7?
We have one with 7.
Who had 7?
Ariel.
Woohoo! Woohoo! Welcome to the party. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Well, wait a minute. I mean, so this isn't a vote, so you still have.
Yeah, we would
Right.
still have to, this is just,
Just kidding.
Who's moving?
That was a joke. I'm sorry. Oh, you mean my
Your person.
Oh, no, not for Ariel. I was saying, no, he's talking about something else. I said I was so busy looking at the sheet that I missed you. I think you missed my hand for one person.
Oh.
It wasn't an official vote, so I don't know if folks would allow me to give my name. So not.
Yeah, I'm-
Oh, and I think we're not doing, are we doing council members yet or just?
No. My name, I missed,
You didn't vote for
I didn't
someone you
vote.
wanted.
My hand didn't go up fast enough for one person because I was writing my.
I know, and I might have actually voted for someone I didn't mean to. Okay.
I mean, that's why I feel like.
We'll see where we link.
Okay, all right, I'll just leave it out.
Well, you're gonna nominate and vote for your resolution one by one.
Yeah. Well, we could do them all at once. It would be a slate of them.
Unless one person objects,
Okay.
that would
That's-
blow up the slate, so you do it one by one.
Okay,
That makes sense.
okay, that's fair.
What do we
Well,
have?
yeah, let's see. Can you just read us how the tally?
Yes, so you want so that was the only 7. At 6 is Ed Carisno. And then we have several 5s. Chuck Boltman, Juanita House, Allison Kruger, and Duran Weatherspoon. Those are all of our 5s.
Wait, I'm sorry. Who was you said which one? Both?
I said Chuck Boltman
Juanita.
and
Allison Kruger, Duran Witherspoon, and Juanita House.
yes, Juanita House.
Okay.
And I had Ed was your 6, Carisno, and Allison Kruger, and Duran Weatherspoon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. 4s would be a Jeffrey Goulet and Georgina Hickey. And that's it.
8.
Goulet and Hickey takes us to 8.
Yeah, but that doesn't give us.
Do you want a couple of 3s? Let's see. Your 3s would be James Clark, Dallas Ford, Diana Gonzalez, Erica Mooney, and that's it.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 names.
Can you get the 6s again, please? Did you have?
Ed Carisno was the one.
Oh, one.
Yes, he was the only one at 6.
Okay.
1, 2.
At this point, I think we should probably look at the wards.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Juanita House.
Chuck Baldwin, Ward 1.
You got 4 from Ward 1 and down to the 5s. So if you go just from 7 down to 5, you've got 4 people from Ward 1 and 2 from Ward 2 and nobody from Ward 3.
Hmm. Yeah.
So Allison was at the participation. Chuck was there. Ed was there. Ariel was there. And Duran was there. Everybody.
Anita House was there as well, virtually.
6. We have.
But Chuck wasn't polled there. So if he was there, he wasn't polled.
They was there or was it polled?
Well, I would say, but it says selected by the folks. So I would say it would be people who were voted on by people, not just present. By the community, but that's what we're considering. So if you are not selected, so I would say that would be someone who would be highly ranked from that meeting. I think that there are some options, but I mean, I think that there's some clear folks that were kind of left out of that space who had high, besides Allison Kruger, who had 17 in that poll.
Ron had 17. Who else is on here? Jim Clark had 12.
Diana Gonzalez had 12. Elka Chamberlain had 17, probably due to lived experience. So
What's the language say?
Closer to the mic.
it says
As with at least 3 selected from community participation meeting recommendations.
yes. So that would be
Same process as the community benefits ordinance.
so like as an example, like Ed Carisno was ranked. No, sorry. That's the different number. So like for instance, some folks were ranked there, but were ranked pretty low. So I wouldn't count those as being selected through that process. I would connect, I would say people who are maybe 12 or 15 and up.
Where would you draw the line? Wasn't there a vote on some of the people that had left early and still their names were called out, and other people that left early and their names were not called out?
Didn't get recommended by the community participation
They
meeting.
didn't get voted on.
So this is just one factor, but we do have to select 3 members that were recommended, and I think there's at least
Highly
3.
ranked, and then there's another that was highly ranked in the participation meeting that is on this list of 12 that we
Yeah,
have. There's
I
multiple.
think,
So I mean, there are options.
right, Allison and Duran.
And Diana and Jim and
Yes,
Erica. Or so there's in the 12 there are
Yes.
an option for
Yeah.
yeah. Okay,
It's
I just wanted to make sure
naming
we
them.
okay.
Yeah.
So it seems like, yeah, Allison, Duran, and Lenore, or Ariel, is at least coming out with a lot of support here and also at the meeting.
What was Ariel's rank in the straw poll?
Was not on the
Was
straw
not.
poll.
Was not.
Nope.
No. But is clearly has support here. So
I mean, but also Ed was not either and has support here. He had 6 votes.
Yep.
Councilmember King.
And so for me, this is the reason why I feel like while we don't want to kick the can down the road, we need to have all of that in front of us. Was this person a straw poll? Does it matter? Does it not matter? But I'm saying laid out in front of me. I don't want to have to keep flipping from email to email or scrolling up and down. That's all I'm saying. I've already said it, but I felt the need to say it again. Because again, some people that applied before that meeting. And no, they did not get the participation to say, hey, how many people vote for this person during that meeting? Some people had actually applied before that meeting.
Yeah, I think what I would say in response to that is that we actually have representation of all of that with these 12 names that were just pushed, that we, did the rank or the tally with the clerk. So out of these names, if we can just work together, we can make it fit, make it work, because we have 5 people on here, I think, is it 5 or 6 who were in the meeting who were ranked. Then we have others who applied who were ranked here. So we have enough to meet all the criteria that we're talking about from the names that we literally have, the 12 names we have now. And we need 8.
The Ariel and Allison are also both from Ward 2. And Duran is from.
No, Ariel's in Ward 1.
Ward 1.
Oh, okay.
So right now there's 3, like from the ones that had the highest. Duran is Ward 1, Ariel Ward 1, Juanita Ward 1.
Is Duran Ipsy Township or Ward 1? Is that?
The spreadsheet.
The spreadsheet.
Excel sheet is
Yeah.
is
I
accurate.
think it's Township then.
Right, let me see.
Township, you're saying?
Yeah. Township.
Kruger out of the top 6 are from Ward 2.
Okay.
That would be one of the, so for Duran, that would be one of the non-resident. That's 2 and 2. So then I think looking at the next 2 should be 2 from Ward 3.
And 1 from Ward 1.
Hmm?
2 from Ward 3 and 1 from Ward 1.
But Juanita and Ariel are both Ward
Chuck
1.
and Juanita.
Oh, I didn't count Chuck yet because I was.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, you're talking about the.
Yeah, and I think that was the one that I kind of accidentally.
Yeah. So
back.
maybe we should look at the Ward 3 folks next.
Yeah.
Which would be Diana. Jim? No, not Jim. Sorry.
Dallas.
Dallas.
Um.
Ward 1.
Ward 1.
Ooh, think
I
she'd
would
be good, but-
advocate for Erica because Erica was on the Rising for Economic Democracy at IPSI, like helped create the community benefits ordinance, and which was in 2018.
Representation, right?
Yeah, so I was saying, yeah, so
Dallas.
and Diana. would be-
Erica also got a lot of votes at the meeting.
But for Ward 3, I think that those are the 2 that have the highest within the ward.
And
if that makes sense, is that correct?
Yes.
Those 2?
Mhm.
So I'm just trying to mark them on here.
I just rewrote a new list.
As we go. That is 1, 2, 3, 4. Like what I'm looking for is also then spread of what people were bringing and talking about in
Ariel, Allison, Duran, Ed Carisno, Diana Gonzalez, Dallas Ford. Is that
in Juanita House.
Juanita House?
Okay, these ones in ward, trying to figure that out by the number and then going from there. And wondering, it sounds like there's, if these are, you know, people are looking at Chuck, you know, I'm just And then, we're talking about Erica Mooney. Um,
The and you go 7 to 5.
Yep.
You've got 3 people from Ward 1, 2 people from Ward 2, a person from the township, and then
2 from Ward 3.
we add 2 from Ward 3, then that satisfies what's going on. You've got 2 people already, 5 that were in the straw poll, so adding 1 person from the straw poll gets you to there, right? And so who from Ward 3 was strong in the poll?
Diana and Dallas. We did that's
Or Diana was in the straw
they got
poll.
the 3.
Diana was in the
I mean,
straw
Diana.
poll.
Yes, and Erica Mooney was also in the straw poll.
But Erica's not in Ward 3 because we were trying.
No, Ward 1.
Yeah.
So how many votes did Dallas get in the straw poll?
Dallas was not in the straw poll. It was Diana, Allison, and Duran. Those would be the strong.
And Erica, yeah.
But I'm just saying of the ones who,
right.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Of the ones that give us the nose, because I would say Chuck would be actually 4, because I think I raised my hand. But either way, that would be 3.
Yeah, 3 from the straw poll, which is what was stated in the document. We have Allison, we have Duran, and we would have Diana. That would constitute the 3 that participated in that.
Yeah.
And then we have the ranking that we just did here with all the names. So we would backfill that, as Mayor Pro Tem just stated, with the way that the votes fell there, right? And then
Diana to the list of the ranking we just did.
Then you have 8.
Then you got 8. You've got 3 people from the straw poll. You've got ward representation
1 non-resident.
with 1 non-resident.
Chuck, Juanita, Allison, Duran, Dallas, Diana.
Can you say it one more time?
Ariel, Ed, Chuck, Juanita, Allison, Duran, Dallas, Diana.
For Erica over Chuck because of being a part of the participation meeting and also being a part of the, group that has institutional memory of community benefits. Otherwise, I'm very happy with this list.
I would advocate for Chuck over just about anybody on this list.
As would I.
You know, conversations with him about developments and architecture and planning and phase development and those kinds of things are
Paramount.
excellent expertise to add to this list.
Indeed.
I guess my question, 2 questions or whatever is, how many other, is Chuck a part of some other, not that would put aside, because one of the people I supported was because they were on Parks and Arts and on the Huron River Watershed Council, but he didn't get enough support. But one of the questions is what other groups, what commissions? I know Chuck is on some other commissions.
He's our dangerous
Buildings person.
Is that the only one?
It's on HDC and Dangerous Buildings official.
So I think for me personally, I would then lean toward Chuck over Ed. So
I would never remove Ed. I'm going to that for Ed all day. Ed was the reason why we can even be having this conversation right now. So the knowledge base, the commitment to community. He lives here, previous city manager. That is an invaluable person, I think, for this conversation.
Yeah.
Well, then I guess,
He had, a lot of say over this project for a good amount of years. So I didn't know that he'd be a high contender for this, but clearly he has support. Mhm. I don't have anybody from the homeless community represented, and we've had a few applicants who did get support in our round of straw polling. So I just want to name that. Both Elka Chamberlain and Jim Clark have experience, and I'm sure others as well, but
Councilmember McCray?
Question, maybe on clarification. Is there anything in our process that would preclude anyone that's not selected here, or really anyone, from testifying, attending, participating in these as they're open meetings? So there is, just because someone is not selected here does not close all avenues to participation and to hearing their viewpoint aired.
Councilmember King?
I guess I'm just wondering, do we have to have 6 community members and 2 non-residents? Because it sounds
We
like,
don't have to.
okay.
also we don't even have to have 8. It's 6 to 8.
Right.
It's in the legislation, 6 to 8 members, up to 2 non-residents.
I'm actually astounded that we even have such a clear, like a clear list of people. And I think that I personally, we could move forward with this list because it gives us the best of both. The ranking that we did in here, the folks who were straw polled, whether they attended and didn't get voted on or attended and got voted on. We have 3 representatives from that. Like, I mean, we have components of everything folks have brought up, and I don't know if that ever happens. So, I mean,
That's why I recommended this process. It was a good one.
Question.
Councilmember,
Just to reiterate the list, right? The 8 names that we have: Ariel, Ed Carisno, Chuck, Juanita, Allison, Dallas, Diana, Duran. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Except we're discussing Chuck.
Yeah, I'm fine with this 8. Wow.
For my sake, would you go over that list one more time just to be sure that
Yeah.
I've
Ariel,
thank you.
Ed, Chuck, Juanita, Allison, Duran, Dallas, Diana.
Thank
For
you.
clarity,
Missing
the way
Dallas.
that I rank these is based on the ranking we did in here, and then by ward, and then because the first 6 did not include Ward 3, we took the 2 highest getters from Ward 3.
Thank you. I'm caught up.
I mean, I guess that's my final say on this is like, both Chuck and Erica are from Ward 1. So I think, because Water Street's in Ward 1, it makes sense to have one more person from Ward 1. Erica would be is a younger millennial. I don't know that our list so far really has much age diversity, so that would be another reason why I would advocate for Erica.
Well, since we,
I mean, I feel like I'm not trying to be like, I'm like, I think it could be fine. One of the things is, again, I'm thinking about, some of the things folks said that and what their experiences, what they would bring as well. Like, I think it's easier for someone to bring what I would consider content knowledge, like, in terms of testifying or coming and speaking to share something specific. I'm also thinking about process within this. This is partially a process group, and also thinking about some of the outreach and some of the things. So I think it would be good to have people who are strong in that as well. Which, some of the people that I saw that in didn't get as high of votes in this group, but I do think that that is also important, and that's harder to make up by somebody coming and speaking at a meeting. Like, it's harder to bring that strength in that way. And I'm not sure. I'm not saying that none of these folks have that. Some of them I don't know. I'm just talking about people who either named that specifically or put that in their the descriptions that they put on their applications.
Then
Between the two.
Between the two what?
Someone could just make a motion and then you vote it up or you vote it down.
Yeah, I'd like to move
I mean, we can, and that would be what we would do in that next part, though. Yeah.
Well,
I'm saying straw pull the.
Okay. Or we could move to the resolution and
I
just
would like to move to the resolution.
put some forward.
I would also like if we all can talk in our microphones. I cannot hear everybody clear, so I can just imagine the people online.
Yes, I would like to move to the resolution to where we vote to appoint these.
It feels like we've come to as close as what we can get. And so I'm gonna move forward to the resolution then.
Thank you.
And who has that? Mayor Pro Tem.
I have it. So this is a blank sheet of paper.
Well, remember the key is 9.03 of the charter requires it to be brought forth by 2 council members per person or the mayor. And then the council votes.
I'm not typically allowed to bring anything from the floor.
So we're gonna vote.
Also, I'm sorry, before you do that, not to be disrespectful, it is 10:50. We did not move to extend,
and that's-
we are gonna not do anything.
So I move to extend to 11:30.
All right, it's been moved and supported. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, any opposed? Okay,
In terms of the straw poll, I would assume that that's a nomination. Do we make that assumption?
No.
Nope.
because then we nominated 12 people.
Sure, but you're gonna need a first and a second for each person. So
Mhm.
you get to nominate is what Randy's saying.
Or
Either under the charter, you make the nomination, mayor, or 2 council members combined to make a nomination.
To do it per person though,
what I
or
was gonna ask you is that we've moved through slates with
Yeah,
first and
slate.
second as well. Of a slate of names with a first and a second, or by the mayor as well. If we, yeah.
I think we've chosen a slate. so-
Bring forward, if you want to bring forward a slate, just remember there's that
Two
potential
or one.
complication.
Oh, if they're,
If somebody,
Voting down the slate because I don't like that one person.
yeah, but
Yeah.
we've had that before, and then we go back to the drawing board and you got another slate then, like we've done that. I've been
Yeah,
here.
I'll
Slate out.
I'll move the 7 so we can get that through. I'll
Well,
move.
Mayor Pro Tem has the resolution and had the floor until we
Got it.
got, questioned, so.
Right, in that case, I'm nominating Ariel, Ed, Chuck B, Juanita, Allison Kruger, Duran, and Dallas and Diana.
Support.
Been moved and supported,
There you go.
so I'm good, right? Or we're good?
Good.
Okay, discussion.
That was all.
Yep, that was 8 names.
Thank you.
Councilmember McLean.
I support the slate.
Further discussion.
Okay, the only thing I would like to say is we will need a supermajority because we have a non-resident on the slate. So we need 5. Okay. Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Unanimous.
What a time. 5.
After all.
All right.
all we have to do-
You're welcome.
All right. Next on the, congrats, you two that are here. Thank you, thank you. We are now at the table discussion to determine topics for a presentation from the Ypsilanti Police Chief. And I can't remember where that came from.
That I brought that forward.
Okay.
This is something I brought forward before and had gotten support to have, but then there seems to be questions about what needs to be included. So I was sharing some things which I'm happy to pull up and share, but kind of in some of the back and forth emails, it seemed that, well, if there's other people on council, if folks on council have other questions or things that they want to have as part of that report, that we should just talk about it all together. Hold on, let me just. So there's a couple of emails, so I'm gonna try to go through them. So some of the questions, some of the things that I had looked for was let's see here, some things like calls for service, overview of the kind of calls, what was the response, perhaps across like doing it in quarters, so it doesn't have to necessarily, well, this was, at this point, it was talking about from the first quarter. That was back in October. So now it will be probably 2 quarters. Staffing updates, spending to date, instances of misconduct and corrective measures to better align behavior with policy. So looking at what are the kinds of policies that folks are needing to be having some support around. So looking for numbers, like how many instances of those things are happening, and like if it's under multiple policies. So as an example is the body cams. So I know that this has happened at least 1 to 2 times that the police officers have turned off their body cam. Their body cams were not recording. Well, that goes against the policy of the police department. And so I was wanting to know, well, how often is that? Is this a big issue? Is it a little issue? Is it only the issues that I've been bringing forward and asking about? Or is it more endemic? I have no idea. But if it's a bigger issue, then I think it might cause bigger policy decisions. But I know that has happened at least the couple of times I've asked for. So that's just like an example. Also, one of the reasons I was asking about thinking about the different tools at their disposal. So wanting the police chief to share with community to understand more about what is possible is in part, obviously, I mean, this is ongoing emails, but we were getting a great number of emails this fall, in particular from, for instance, from property managers, landlords, and renters that were emailing us. I think most of them, I think some of them might have come to a smaller group of us, but I think a lot of them came to all of us. They were asking for different support and wanting different activities from the police to help that situation, especially, for instance, of people sleeping on like porches or doorways or things like that. That was coming to us. And so of course, my response to folks is, well, what is the police going to do in that situation? But it doesn't have to come from me. It could come directly from the police. What would you do? What are your options? What would be better options to be able to address some of that? Let me see here. I'm trying to just parse through these emails. In terms of the staffing update, looking at how many vacancies, how many folks left the department, how many new hires, how many promotions, and also if we're like refilling. So hopefully that would be able to let us see whether we are filling vacancies one time or like as we fill a vacancy, we're getting a new vacancy. That's kind of hard to parse out. Let me see here. It's like between like 4 email threads with the city manager and the police chief and Attorney Barker. So, but yeah, so I guess my question was, I wanted to bring it forward to see like if there's other things that people would like to hear, things that we need to be looking into. There were some things from after our more recent meetings that I thought we might want to add, because obviously in those meetings, the community also named wanting to hear from our police chief more too. And so there were some things I think that came out of those that some questions that we might have. So. Councilmember Tucson?
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, many of the statistics that is being requested by you for a presentation from the police chief are covered during our YPAC meetings.
And I did say that some of the things might be in YPAC.
Right.
But I'm not in YPAC. And if it's that easy, then it should be easy to report to us, but in a public forum for everyone to hear, because not everybody's going to YPAC meetings, whereas more people tune in to our meetings and they're recorded, So.
Yeah, okay.
But not all of those things are being reported to YPAC either. So things like the hiring, but is it like, oh, how many people actually left that we now are replenishing?
Yeah, that's either reported on by chief himself or representative. They almost every month in every meeting they talk about what our cadre looks like and who we have in academy, individuals who are going to academy, who we have laterally transferring and things of that nature.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Is it, I'm sorry, is there still a report, like a physical one that's given in that meeting?
We have the Clemens report, and then we have another report of calls for service, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the January meeting minutes.
It's published in the packet.
Yes, it is. So everybody can access it.
So some of those things are documented in that meeting that could be shared out.
Yeah, like I was looking for something that was like more quarter by quarter, like, and for some of that, we would have that information, but it's not being shared in the wider public sense. But some of these other things are not covered there. So things like the policies on the policy end, those are not being covered.
Understood.
And those are the parts too where we actually should be able to know, because if there are things where it is a heavy issue when it comes, when people, the reason I know some of these have happened is because when people say something, they're like, when they make a claim to me, I send it.
Right.
And then when they look into it, they're like, well, this is what happened, or this is what happened, or whatever. And so that's where some of those things came forward.
Okay.
And it raise the question of how big of a problem is this? And how many instances is it that we're dealing with of these specific issues? Is it that it's across all the policy? Is it just a couple of them that are causing a biggest issue? And how do we then address that?
Okay.
Question for the city manager. Since I mean the chief is not here, so I don't know if you may not have this answer, but the statistics for the things that YPAC does get, or maybe you would know this, Councilman Tucson, is it being compiled elsewhere, like with comparison by month? Like
Yeah.
I see these are done by month, and that's when I was on it. That I mean, we would get like year to date and the month.
So if I'm not mistaken,
Bless
we get our YPAC as year to date. But I believe often commission members ask about like comparisons to like if last month or months prior. You know what I'm saying? But on paper it's year to date if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Thank you. You answered it. Sorry. All right, further discussion?
Or I guess my question is, am I the only one who would like to hear from the police chief at our meetings? Because I know that there is support in the past for that. So I just want to say, like, it feels like I feel like this has been something I brought it here as part of council proposed business, and it hasn't happened. I thought I brought it again, got support for it. It hasn't happened. And so what I'm trying to figure out is how to get it to happen. And if I'm the only one who wants to hear from our police chief, I mean, the community says that they want to hear from him too. And so I don't know if you're saying are the questions and things I brought forward, some of the other things from the event was also looking at, the policy around wellness checks, or policies with working with and calling CMH for wellness checks and situations. So that was some things that came out there. I mean, there's like a whole list. So
No, I'm just listening because I do want to hear from our chief specifically around policy, the data stuff. I know where to find some of it, but you named some things that I haven't seen. I think what I was waiting was to hear, and then I also saw a lot of emails that were like kind of flying back and forth about what can't. And so I felt like if we're gonna have a discussion, I want to talk about all of that part because I don't want us to come up with this list of things we want to hear and then be told, well, we can't tell you any of that. We can give you these 3 things and not the rest. And so I would love to know what we can know or what we can ask for, maybe not that, what we can ask for in a public space, because I do recognize, I know I've seen an email maybe from staff.
What I would
in
recommend
a public meeting.
is for council to have a list of topics, have the city attorney review those topics to see what can be shared publicly, and then the police chief will present on that.
yeah, and I guess I would also want to know why we can't know. One of the things that I got pushback from is, as an example, that we can't know when people or what policies people need to have correction around. And I don't understand that. If we have something where people have use of force that is outside of policy.
Discipline, you mean?
Yes. I feel like they said they use a different term besides discipline. That's why I was
don't
like,
work there, so I'm gonna say discipline.
but either way, that was the thing. Was like, oh, the people who did X, I will follow up with them and do whatever obviously there's all the steps that they go through, right? And so I was like, okay, cool. Well, I'm going to trust that happened. But obviously, like, I don't necessarily know, I mean, what that was, but also, well, how many other people have had to also have discipline around that? I think it's important for us to understand those kinds of things, because if there's trends or something happens, then I think it would be important for us to know. So anyway, so things like that, I've already gotten pushback that we can't know. So I don't understand why we can't know if that is at the level that we should be focusing policy on.
Councilmember Fellows?
I just would say that I'm interested in presentation and I'm interested in looking at the mutual aid agreements. I know some of them were emailed to us recently, and the chief of police indicated that he's also interested in, reviewing it. So I think that would be a topic I would add to the list.
Mm-hmm.
We're done.
Tim?
Your point about things getting pushback on things that couldn't be divulged. And the question is whether that's it's like HR rules, there's union rules, right? And that's been cited multiple times in this conversation about YPAC and the scope of YPAC and why they can't be an oversight committee and all of those kinds of things. And so I understand that, but it could also be presented in a way where particular names are not involved, but here's the number of times discipline has, excessive force has been used. Here's what the course of action was for that, without naming any names. So it's like, is that a violation of HR rules since you're not named? Is it a violation of the union rules? And I don't see how those kinds of statistics could be construed as being a violation of those. I was not having those documents that guide those things in hand, but I just don't see how it's infringing on anybody's personal rights or endangering the procedure. It's not an investigative procedure or anything like that. It's not divulging anything, but this is how you deal with this situation. And if there's a written policy, some policies can't be divulged, but I don't see how this fits into that.
City manager?
It doesn't. Use of force, it's reported at YPAC.
I was just using that as an example, but turning off your body cams, was that reported at YPAC? So that's an example where I know that we've had to have corrective measures. What I use of force as one policy. I'm saying, what are the things where that is coming up? So turning off your body cam is an issue.
So should we, I don't mean to cut you off because I'm
Yeah.
yes. Should we make the list as a group, submit it, and then we get responses, and then we respond to your responses, right? Because there may be things that we're told you can't hear, but like kind of how Mayor Pro Tem and you both just broke down, like you can talk about a topic without talking about the person.
I'm not at that level yet. We might have to get there later.
Okay. Without talking about the person, I mean, maybe we submit the list and see what we get in return, and then talk about it from there. I don't know. Councilmember Tucson?
Would it be beneficial to, once that list is created, to then cross-reference it with like the report that will come from IPAC, to just go ahead and cross off the ones that already exist and then be able to?
I don't think the issue is about what reports exist.
Right.
I think I think I was just naming like, okay, there are certain things I know I've seen because it's been reported elsewhere. I think the request is to have a presentation, whether it's presented somewhere else or not. And we're trying to talk about what are those topics? What do we want to know so that we can figure out what is like completely off limits? Like we know we can't talk about that in a public meeting versus what maybe there's discomfort with talking about, but could be discussed, right? And then what's easy, we know we can discuss it. Like, and so we can look at that and have a dialogue about where we go from there to get the information that folks are looking for. I hope, am I naming that correct?
Yeah, and I think if there's some things that are reported else, there might be some things that's like in this aggregate for at this level, it will be this information. And if you want to hear about it on a monthly basis, then this is where you can get this information, but that it should come to us. We don't get, everything could be available, but we don't necessarily get it. And the public's not necessarily going to get it from all of those. So yeah, so I'm happy to for us to do that. So I guess the process, what would the process be? I mean, I could go through these emails and put them into a document to start to say, here's a list, including the mutual aid agreements was also on the list I had, including the CM, whatever. So I could start a list if that's how folks want to do it, and then we could have that, and then people could look at it. We could bring it back. I mean, I guess I can't email it, right? So
Can't discuss it on.
so I could bring it back for us to have that, and then people can add to that. Would that be easier as opposed to kind of open discussion?
I would think that'd be a good starting place. That way, the things that you've already been trying to get, we start with that because you've been asking, and then folks can add, or we could say, well, let's start with these things. We agree with that. Moving forward to staff to tell us, what's the course of action, and then go from there.
What I would request is to create that list, forward it to the city attorney. The city attorney will review and list if there's certain things that are off limits, because there are policies that include tactics that can't be shared publicly. So if and other things that are union concerns, and he can review that and let us know what is able to be spoken about in an open forum.
My pushback is that I've already done that. So I haven't gotten a response from the last thing, and this was in November. So I am happy to do. I don't want to be in April and be like asking the same thing. So
Well, if you bring it to next meeting and then it goes to the next meeting again to be approved, it's going to be pushed to April.
I think she just means like no action.
Sure, but that's what I'm saying. Create this list, send it to the city attorney. It's reviewed, it comes back, and you say, okay, this is good. And then the next meeting,
It could happen.
it can happen.
yes,
Okay.
my desire is just for it to
Yeah.
happen. That's it.
And I want to name too, like, because I understand the both end of it, and that's why I think the idea to send it to the city attorney to say at least, okay, this is not we can't talk about this, we can. And then I also think there's a component where, kind of like how we just workshopped that last piece, where okay, maybe we can't hear this exactly, but can we find out this broader scope of conversation be shared with us about, like, some broader information that, again, are not those items that put folks at risk or give away tactics and all that other. I don't think anybody's asking even to hear that. Maybe I'm wrong. To hear about your tactics per se.
I mean, we already, I was like, people already know that there's secret police around. Like, you don't have to tell us that. So when I'm talking about, when I'm saying, well, what is it, the tools? To me, I'm like, the tools, you can arrest, you can't arrest. What else is there? Right? How is it that, what are the roles that the police would play in solving our homelessness issue? These are the things that people are asking for. I'm just saying, this started in part coming out of emails that we were getting and trying to think, how do we address this issue? While I may have a disagreement that the police are going to solve homelessness, well, from what is it? People are asking. So that was one example that was just coming off because people were in the fall. I don't know if other people remember this when we were getting all those emails. And so I was like, okay, well, what is it that they could do to help support this or not? The community sees a gap between what services we're providing and what they want to see. That to me is what I see anecdotally. Anecdotally, the community sees a gap between the services that our public safety officers or staff members, because if in my mind, some of the folks that might be providing safety might not be officers, to help fill in the gap of what it is that the services people want to see. And we don't really have good data to get us to that understanding. I think we'll get more data through the LEAP presentation, we'll get more data, but in this instance, what people have asked us to do is to somehow use our police department to solve this issue. And just because I don't think that they can, I would like to hear from their perspective. what would that look like for you?
Well, the police aren't going to solve
Yeah.
homelessness.
I'm sorry. Okay.
I understand, but what I'm saying is that but people, I'm just like speeding, right? Like we got another one. People are, police aren't going to solve. I mean, well, we don't have to get in that discussion, but what I'm saying is that if people are reaching out to us, I'm trying to figure out a way for us to respond and to give information based on what it is that people are looking for. If their only option to solve this issue right now is the police, but that is creating a gap, then that means that as a policymaker, we need to be looking at, well, how do we figure out this gap in services and be able to go about it in an evidence-based manner? But I feel like there's so many jumps to get there. So this was just one example that was drawing it because we were getting a lot of emails. So I know that they're not going to solve that. I know that, in my mind, what they could do is to either arrest the person or not arrest them. But maybe there's other things. Maybe there's other tools of what they could do, and that could be what we could be asking them to do. I don't know.
So again, how the law is applied is not, it might not be something that should be spoken about in public. How a police officer is going to fill some societal gaps is, I don't think it'd be able to be spoken about at this meeting. Police tactics and how they deal with speeding is probably not going to be something that can be spoken about in public. So be very clear with what you're asking, and we'll review it, or the city attorney will review it, and a reason will be provided what can or cannot speak about that in the public. But speaking about exactly how an officer is going to respond to an infraction is not something that can be spoken about in public.
You can't speak about what their strategy is for solving speeding. Like they can't talk. I get.
There's how are they going to solve speeding? So you can pull people over and cite them.
So yeah, cite, arrest, or nothing. These are our options.
I don't think, okay. So,
Okay.
all right,
Yeah.
y'all. I think, okay, we're circling here. There are questions that folks have. Please send your questions. We will get a response on what can be shared. Like anything else, if we have questions about the responses, we'll ask more questions.
If
And I
folks
think,
have things, can they send them? I can just include them in the list.
sure, if you want to send them to Councilmember Simmons, if you have questions, they might be the same as the ones that she has, so that, well, that'll be good for her to see, get some support. And then you submit those, and we will get a response and go from there. I think there are things that we can talk about. There are things that we can't. There are things that are in the middle. There are things that are, that could be on the table if presented differently. And then there's some things that are just going to be off limits. We have to also accept and understand that too in some spaces, but I think we can land on send your questions. We'll start from there. And then we can come back to this conversation, this discussion when it's presented, the answers are presented to us, right? Okay, everybody all right with it? Okay, it's 11:21. We still have one discussion left. Of the Penn Dam Powerhouse, Mayor Pro Tem.
Move to extend 11:45.
It's been moved to extend to 11:45. There's support. Oh, okay, there's support. All right, all in favor of extending to 11:45, please say aye and please make it audible.
Aye.
I don't even know what I heard, but I heard 1, 2, 3. Any nays? There's one. All right. So, all right.
2.
But you said
Y'all better get on your microphone.
right. I'm like, I need an audible. All right. Well, Mayor Pro Tem.
Anyway, so I brought this up in a council proposed business previously, and so where we are with the dam is that GEI, our engineering firm, consultants are moving forward with the 90% engineering design. for removal of the dam. And one of the questions there is, so as we've gotten through this process, there were site visits, there were some assessments made, and one of the things that came up was that, if it was originally thought that if you deconstruct the dam, then the powerhouse could remain. And we had, early on in this process, we had a lot of public input. And one of the things that came up was like everybody wanted the sign and the powerhouse as a symbol of the city of Newton heritage that they wanted to preserve. And so that's when we moved to separate those two things. So like we can take the dam out and take everything out. We can take the dam out and leave that. And what has come up is that that can't happen without some stabilization to the powerhouse. And so Andrew has forwarded the estimates that they had for doing the two different things, right? So removal, and this is all within the context of funding that we already have and the infrastructure that's going to be in place for working on this site. And so there's this is in the context of removing the dam. If this were to be done outside of that, then there would be much higher associated costs, because then you would have to have the whole site just for that purpose. So removal of the dam or removal of the powerhouse was quoted or estimated at $636,392. Stabilization was 983. 2238. I thought the 38 sounds very interesting, but the point is, to move forward with this, we need to have an answer by March. Is whether what do we want them to include in the 90% engineering, so they can accommodate it. So if we take it out, and so I met with staff, Andrew, Bonnie, Katie, Carrie, to go over what concerns are for this process. And so some of the current concerns were bandwidth. Lots of people have a lot on their plates already. And so, the bandwidth question comes with, well, we have this thing, we stabilize it, what are we going to do with it? So we need to find funding to repair it. And we haven't, in the process of all of this, we haven't done the visioning for the park. We haven't done the visioning for the building. There's been lots of things thrown around in terms of, is it public? Is it private? Can it be used as a meeting space? Those kinds of things. And so, to get to that point would be an investment by the city and city staff. But we have to take into account that there's already projects in the works that keep everybody busy. So then, those projects, a lot of those projects are already started. One of the concerns that Carrie brought up is that if you take it down, you don't have that option anymore. Don't have that as a resource. That's, once you do it, you can't go back, right? There were proposals, or not proposals, but, thoughts about you could take it down and build something similar to elicit that kind of heritage in terms of building a different structure. Some of the other things that were brought forward were well, you don't have to do it all at once, right? And so if you stabilize it, those projects that are already in place can take priorities, and we can work on getting funding for restoration, things like that. So that's kind of what we're bringing here. So the engineering firm would like, what's going on by March. And so two things have happened. There's a request for proposals in terms of, maybe I'll let the manager talk to that more. So a request for proposals for the stabilization and refurbishing it, right? How is that going to work? And so there's study that I'll hand it to you for that.
Sure. It's essentially just a feasibility study for redevelopment. What would it take, and then what we can do with the structure once it's in a usable form. So it's a pretty simple study, but it will take time to complete.
So getting that out the door is what, a couple of weeks, then
Yes,
getting the bids back and is like 2.5 months. If we take this out for public engagement around that, then that's another 2.5 months, and that puts us well outside of the March date for GEI to move forward with the 9%, and that holds up everything, which means that construction seasons and all that change. There's higher incurred cost for that delay, and yeah, so that's about a 5-month delay. Waiting for that feasibility study would increase the cost of the project in general. So, yeah, I've talked to some folks, and they've said, absolutely, it's just like stabilize the thing, go get the funding later, and have this be something that we can hang our hat on. The other options in terms of everybody really likes that sign, and then what do you do with the sign if you don't have a powerhouse? And what do you do with that? So what I'm looking for here is just thoughts and inputs about what that looks like, a sense of whether we can give them, an answer in March to go ahead with stabilization.
Councilmember McLean?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for bringing this forward and for all the work that you continue to do on this project. I have fairly strong feelings on this. I think if I understand the way you framed the question, what we're being asked to do is consider a marginal cost of about $300,000, right? Because the two options are that we make this go away for $600,000 and change, or we stabilize for $900,000 and change. We're going to spend money either way. So for a net cost or a marginal cost of $300,000, we keep it. And this country, not this area, but this country is littered with tear downs where the excuse was, well, we don't know what to do with it right now. We don't have an answer, and we don't have any money to do that right now. So let's just tear it down. And that has proven to be a terrible approach in time and time and time again, and people regret it. This community and its sense of place, I think, is enhanced by that facility. I think it's tremendously valuable for a sense of what it is, the history of Ypsilanti, and there is value in that in and of itself. And I know there was talk of back in the, I guess it was the 70s, of tearing down Depot Town, maybe building a mall. Yeah, great idea. And so, the hour is late. I'm not going to belabor it, but I certainly think it would be well worth preserving, especially if that's the cost question.
One of the things I didn't add was that part of that conversation was then phasing the refurbishing of it, so that you could do it in stages, so that at first you're putting a roof on it and you're putting a floor on it,
right,
and you can use it as a in terms of getting it suitable for a meeting space and rentals and things like that. Could come at a later date.
But this amount here, so for the stabilizing, it's just to make sure the building's not gonna like fall off.
Right.
It's not necessarily to make the building more usable.
No.
So that would still be an additional cost. So when thinking about the difference, it's really 300,000 plus whatever these different phases might be to make the building usable. But this estimate, that like in this estimation, or did they make a consideration for like, yeah, like this building totally has good bones, and like, whatever, like, did they make that kind of estimation of like, yes, this would take, high, medium, low in order to make it usable?
That's
Does that make?
interesting. Yeah, no, I had that conversation with Chuck Bolton, and he and I climbed in it and looked around, and his assessment as a historical architect, that yeah, this has good bones. In terms of the engineers, they're like, what's it do? What potential does it have? Anything like that. It's just like, how do you stabilize it so it doesn't fall apart? So you structurally just stabilize it. It doesn't, there's no judgment in terms of afterwards. The only thing
Yeah.
I've gotten that from is Chuck.
Is that did he give a sense of what, I mean, because my guess, if this is that much to stabilize, it might be at least that much to make it usable.
It could be, and the question is where does that funding stream come from? And so part of the conversation with guys, so they have their folks go through and determine whether this is historically relevant, and that determination from them, Carrie, our historic preservationist, made the point that it's like you're taking it out of context of what it means to the history of this city. Generically, as a building across Michigan, it wasn't considered that great in terms of they had this conversation, they had several meetings, they reassessed it, and they said, well, in that context, yes, it is more valuable as part of the history of this of our city. So
just if stabilizing it is good enough for the history, even if it doesn't get renovated, because there might not be fun. I mean, it'd be a whole nother, million plus. I mean, especially depending on, I don't know what the conditions are, but
right. And some of the concern is whether this would be an albatross, right? And we certainly don't want it to be that, but given the state of affairs right now, I think it would be hard to get federal funding to do this repair work. But we're not even talking about that because the projects that are already on that need to be administered and will take staff time, we'll take that. We've got a number of street projects and bridges and all that stuff coming up. So this would be, get it stabilized 5 to 10 years from now, we have that conversation about what we're
for 20 years,
and
who knows? Maybe I won't be alive by then, Patrick.
11:35.
Action to Andrew going to DEI and saying, let's go forward with the stabilization.
Guess I would just note that this was in the plan years before this discussion of removing the dam, that stabilization was needed in one of the routes. So I feel this could have been avoided if the different decisions were made in the past. But given that we're in the situation we are now, that's what we're facing.
But my question would be, at what point would we, I mean, this is a large outflow of money, but
My understanding is this is not additional funding. This would be covered from the funds we've already got. Well, if that's the case, then we can communicate with GEI that we can go forward with the 90% engineering design with stabilization.
Okay, thank you. Police Advisory Commission.
February the 26th at 7 p.m. here in council chambers, we'll be meeting.
HRC.
We meet on Thursday at 6 p.m. It is a question in the communication for council members. We have not met in 3 months, just due to quorum and the holiday. So when we meet on Thursday, I guess I can come back with more clarification of the question. But the question is there support for housing stability components, and are there more resources?
Thank you. Arts and Arts,
No report this month. Next meeting is March the 16th.
Sustainability.
That was the last
I'm sorry.
Parks and Rec.
Arts and Arts, yeah. Sustainability.
Um,
No, I'm sorry, yeah.
they do have something, I know, on the agenda. They also had a communication about, bringing forward, environmental health of the Water Street property. So I know that came out of their meeting.
That is in the back.
Hmm? Yes, that was the communication from them.
Okay. HDC.
5 projects discussed at the February 10th meeting on 315 Washington, 324 Oak, 119 North Huron, 418 Oak, and 10 North Washington. Nothing that rises to a high level of importance, I think, but if people have questions about any of those, ask me, or it's on the website in their minutes.
Planning Commission.
They meet tomorrow night.
ZBA.
Then COG, no update.
Watts.
Next meeting is tomorrow morning.
Urban County, I don't have anything. EDA meets Thursday morning. Pool.
Pool met, sorry, just lost my notes. Basically looking at, how to improve on what was happening last year. There are funding streams that are, so there was a delay in or problematic, opening. They're looking to avoid that situation by, demanding that the vendor be able to do it in a timely manner. And then looking at cost for raising funds for the free swim lessons that they've been giving. And then one of the issues was National Night Out is hosted at the pool. And lots of folks from the Ypsi Housing Commission buildings come to that, and the fire department and the police come. And the question arose that after the event on Cross Street, that people in Normal Park near the pool were not thrilled with having the police present for that. I heard there was time to kind of like negates the whole process, right? So I think there were concerns that were voiced, and I think it will be a continuing conversation. One of the things was to have the police chief attend one of the meetings and address those things. So I can certainly start.
Okay, first, I want to say I look forward to the conversation regarding bathrooms. I know we received the email, and I'm not sure where we are with putting that on the agenda. 2, I have been asking about the shoes on the wires near First and Harriet. I was just looking at my email. The first email I sent about that was in 2023. I have had communication with Bonnie, but I'm just wondering how we can get that handled as soon as possible. Residents are constantly complaining about those shoes being up there. 3, I just want to again say Happy Black History Month. I will be posting a lot of events on my social media. I do not have them all available tonight. And I am doing a Mike Night at Park Ridge on March the 12th from 6 to 7:30, an opportunity for residents to come and tell me what they want to see and, ask questions. And again, just tell us the direction that they want us to move in. That will be again March the 12th from 6 to 7:30 at Park Ridge. The last thing is I'm wondering about the heat at Cross Street Village. I don't recall getting an email or anything. Did we get any communication?
From what I understand is that everything's back online. I've been in contact with Mr. Robinson and we should be good to go. I haven't heard anything that they did not have it on.
And I did say lastly, but Monica did send an email, the lady that spoke earlier.
Thank you. Councilmember Tucson?
Yes, just bringing to, well, happy Black History Month once again. To bring to everybody's attention, February 28th at South Point Scholars, Black History in Motion, as well as CLR, My Brothers Washing on My Brothers Keepers Breakfast, and the Brotherhood Circle will be there at that location, South Point Scholars, from 10 a.m. to 3. I've been getting some communications from residents about herbology on Michigan and First, wondering what's going on with that, and also information surrounding what's going on at Patient Station as it stands now. I'll get the email to you, City Manager. That's all.
Can we extend for 5 more minutes, 11:50 at least?
Yes, support.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Councilmember Simmons? You're done, right?
Yes. Yes, thank you.
Yes, appreciate the tribute you did to Reverend Jesse Jackson. Rest in power. Thanks to Chief Hobbs for the SOP regarding the use of the fire department equipment. I did have a resident concern come forward about speeding on North Prospect. And they were asking for a police presence and more ticketing. It also raises, again, other questions around if there's different kinds of enforcement that could include, and if where people could be recording, other than the police. I was thinking like parking enforcement, some other folks that could be in place to note speeding, and then if we have a process where people are able to send tickets in the mail based on license plates. So that was a question, I guess, in terms of just other ways that we can try to do enforcement.
Supposed to happen.
Still playing.
It's not supposed to.
And then the other thing was I was looking through local progresses toolkit around no secret police. And so there's a couple of things in there that I'm also interested in following up on. We're moving traffic enforcement for low-level offenses, which is something that I know we had some conversation about in the past. Looking at procurement powers. And then there was a question about whether our police department has a 287G. I feel like I remember seeing or hearing that we didn't have that, but that was one of the other things. So I want to follow up on those.
Yeah, I want to acknowledge that today is a big day. So I want to say Happy Lunar New Year, Ramadan Mubarak, Fat Tuesday, and Solar Eclipse Day in Antarctica. I also want to mention that the Tenants' Rights Committee needs to be scheduled to meet, as does the Short-Term Rental Committee. And we need to make a meeting also for the Shelter Initiative. I am getting more and more complaints from tenants that are fearing risk of of housing insecurity due to Beal tentatively looking at their buildings to purchase them. And so just getting demands to do something and to take action as a council. Also getting more and more complaints from residents about property taxes for new homeowners that are paying disproportionate share of taxes. And so also getting urged to look at tax reform strategies. And lastly, we just need to take action on the police siege incident.
Councilmember McLean?
Couple of things. One, had someone come to our coffee hours on Sunday to talk a little bit about interest in locking in cruise night for multiple years. It's part of our perpetual conversation. But what I took away from as positive from the conversation was the idea of doing it and making a plan in advance, because that's a step forward from people coming to us very late in the process, or in some cases after the process. So anything that we can do, had some initial conversations with the city manager. The last thing that I'll mention tonight is that in about 5 days, we will be starting the 5th year of war in Ukraine. And I think it should at least go noticed at all levels. This is a people who are fighting the front lines for democracy and liberal values. In my mind, fighting a fight that is a fight for all of us. So I want to make that note and note their sacrifices.
I move to extend to 11:55 just because I want everybody to be able to get their council proposed business out.
All in favor? I'm not hearing voices.
Aye.
Nothing to report.
Oh.
Thank you. I guess the most important thing is that I didn't send you all a reminder about evaluations that were due today, so please get them to me by next Tuesday. I will compile them and have them back before our next meeting. City manager.
Next Friday, the 27th, the senior center grand opening begins at 11 and it goes until 2 p.m. Last night at the Parks and Arts meeting, they discussed a special events policy. There was an issue with the dispatch data extraction. The sheriff's office had to get their legal concerns taken care of, and then they tried to pull the data, weren't able to pull the data. And now we have to pull the data. So Oakland County, which we run Clemens through, is underway. So that should be ready to go there. We do have some CDBG funds available and could be used potentially for the bathrooms, Park Ridge roof, and Prospect Pathway. A future agenda, we'll have a conversation on that. That's it for me.
City clerk, anything?
Actually, if you guys may not know, but there is an election coming up this year. And 3 council positions and the mayor's position are up for election this year. So if any residents or anyone else is interested in running, please come to the clerk's office to sign up and take your packet. Thank you.
Can I say one more thing? I just want to say I had one more thing on my list. I just wanted to say to the community, to those that were not selected for the Water Street Committee, please still come and offer your input.
That's absolutely PSA. Thank you. All right. Well, there's nothing else. The meeting is adjourned.
Yeah, look, we got it by 11:50.
I know. I was scared though. Yeah, make me a little nervous.
Steve gave his time up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Because I didn't know about that. I need that time.
Yeah.
'Cause I did print it off, but I didn't
Print it what?
complete it. The evaluation.
Oh, baby, I didn't even look at it.
Like previous. Yeah.
And it decided it was gonna do stuff to me that I didn't like.
This is why I get. This is why I'm a little heated on it.
I get both. Also, I didn't do it.
Standing in the same place.
Everybody.
Thank you. Look, I feel so tired. Thank you. Well,
How did I know? It was even.
you about to do it? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stay tuned.
So then I was like,
Which is
and I
why
was looking
everything
at-
came back.
yeah, and I was looking at.
If I have to, baby, my daughter started a new job. She goes, me. I didn't make that clear today. I was actually,
Why not?
okay. I was just, I'm
Sheriff's office.
tired, but I meant.
I hope-
Hey,
Yeah, hopefully soon.
You know what Taco Bell is.
on Keachin ass.
With my child.
It's Thunderdome or something? Thunderdome, good man answer one.
None of that could be.
I also didn't want.
Stay.
That's
That's fine.
Recording?
Yeah, that's what I didn't understand your email.
Because she lived over there.
So,
Off of
you know,
Orange, off of Clark Road,
she got
the lady that came